now call to order our special budget meeting agenda workshop for April 17th, 2019. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Mosby.
Present.
Councilmember Vega.
Here.
Councilmember Cordova.
Present.
Mayor Pro Tem Dirk Starbuck.
Present.
Mayor Janelle Osborne.
Here. Please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We want to check the volume first. Can those of you in the back of the room hear? Okay, great. And then just as a reminder, please either turn your cell phones off or onto vibrate. And if you receive a call or need to have a discussion, please step outside. It does echo from the back of the room, and we can hear it up here, and it does carry through the room. So be respectful of the others in attendance and our ability to actually hear the speakers despite the microphone. So before we begin with the presentations by staff and our discussions begin, we'll go ahead and open it for public comment. We'd like to keep it short given the number of you that are here and the other opportunities there are for public comment. So if you're here and want to speak because you don't have the ability to stay the whole evening, or you want to say something before we begin the discussions, you're welcome to come up and provide public comment, but we will also have several public comment periods as we go through the discussion. So you're welcome to step up at later times and make comments. But if you would like to kick off with a public comment, please come to the podium.
I'm not shy. My name is Alice Down, and you may know me because I've represented the board, Lompoc Museum, and I am also Lompoc representative on the Library Advisory Committee, the county's Library Advisory Committee. A retired teacher, taught in Lompoc Unified School District for 40 years, and so I may know some of you through that. First, I want to thank you all for serving on the City Council. I know it's a thankless, hard job. You put in a lot of time and effort, and we appreciate that. It's probably not very gratifying at times, but it's important to us. I also want to say I love Lompoc. To me, it's my little fantasy. It's a jewel. It's like Shangri-La in a little green jewel box, those green hills of Lompoc surrounding it. And I think it's off the beaten path. We all know each other and belong to each other, and it makes it very special. It fosters friendships, and I think it just is a jewel, and I want it to shine. I'm here to share my thoughts on the difficult financial situation that the city faces. From where I stand, it looks a lot like the budget discussions that took place 2 years ago, and that was downright ugly. It cost the city talented, experienced, and dedicated staff, and it generated anxiety and hard feelings that have persisted till today. Virtually every government agency in California is dealing with the onerous and rather unexpected assessment imposed by the underfunded retirement obligations promised to PERS retirees. We are stuck with having to pay for the mistakes of politicians made years ago. We can rant and rave and rue the mistakes, but that gets us nowhere. Get over it, look for solutions. 2 cycles of less than adequate funding, this being the second, for basic services just digs a deeper hole. Blaming and shaming professional city staff does nothing to solve the problem, and in fact, it incurs additional expense of searching and training new staff to replace the fine leaders who have had enough. We lost the Big Dog Show, a real moneymaker for the local business, because of the deplorable condition of Ryan Park. The restrooms were positively third world the last time I ventured to use them. Do you think Flower Festival attendees are impressed with Ryan Park? We must have more revenue. Yes, we must have more taxes. Most cities in the county, and probably the state of California, have already reached that conclusion. Santa Barbara imposed an additional sales tax several years ago, and Santa Maria just passed their Measure U last year. Goleta passed a parcel tax 20-some years ago to support their library system.
Please wrap it up, Alice.
When newcomers are considering relocating to North County, they look at the parks, the ball fields, the city streets, and the cleanliness and think nuisance code enforcement. Does Lompoc look like a city that takes good care of its children? Is it safe for me to walk? I doubt that potential residents and businesses are asking about a 1% sales tax. What is your vision for Lompoc? You're the elected leaders. It's your vision that matter. Professional staff is here to support and implement your vision. We're here. We all want to do something. So I think additional revenue is absolutely necessary. I'm willing and happy to pay for more taxes.
Thank you.
Sorry for exceeding my time.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Molly Gerald, and I have lived in the city of Lompoc since 1985. Last year, City Council selected Jim Throop, who has a bachelor's degree in economics from USC and an MBA from Chapman University, and who has more than 30 years of financial management experience in both the public and private sectors. You chose him to lead our community through a challenging financial time. Working with him are Brad Wilkie and Dean Albro, both qualified and experienced in government finance. Together, the three of them have 75 years of experience. They are the experts who should be leading us forward. As a member of the 4th District, I have heard many people voice support for a sales tax increase. I respect your appointment of Mr. Throop and believe that you should allow him the latitude to implement a path to sustainability that he has presented. By this, I mean providing an opportunity for the residents of Lompoc to vote on an increase to our sales tax that could alleviate the budget shortfalls that loom ahead. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll go ahead and close public comment, and I will turn it over to city staff to begin the presentation for discussion of the 1921 biennial budget.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, and thank you for everybody attending. This is a great turnout. I'm very impressed. I'm very happy to see everybody here because this is your budget. It's not my budget, Council's budget, it's the city's budget. So I'm very happy to see everybody that is out here. I'm going to quickly go through, and we're going to tag team tonight between a few different people. I'm going to start off. I'm going to turn it over to Dean Albro, our Finance Director. We'll then have different department heads coming up to talk about their departments, and so we'll just keep tag teaming out up here. So my first one, I'm just going to be going over the agenda real quickly here. So what we're going to first start off with is discussion of our financial policies. These are policies that were adopted last time in 2014, and basically it's the big one out there is to ask the council to either reaffirm them or modify, change, however they want to look at them. Most well-run cities should have some kind of policies of some kind, and they should be following those as well as possible. Moving in, it's going to be a really short, and I mean short, it's one screen, one slide, just discussing about living within our means. Some discussion of a uniqueness of the Lompoc staff, which I'll talk a little bit about that, and then I'll actually come back to it later. Presentation is where Dean will come up and he'll be talking about the liability, the history. How did we get to this point? What happened and where can we go from here? Then we're going to move into possible reductions. I've gone ahead and I passed out to all the different department heads and said, here's your part of the reductions. You tell me how you can make this fit within your area. Finally, after that, we'll come back with some possible other options on deciding on these different reductions and then closing out after that. So the first one is, I'm going to really just more or less turn it over to the council, is to say that these were the last adopted, modified. You should all have a copy of the policies. So I'd like to open it up for the council to start a discussion on whether there should be any changes on them, should we modify them, reaffirm them. I didn't know if you had any. It was a request that was brought forward, so that's.
A quick question for our legal counsel before we begin that discussion. If we make any changes to the current documents that we have, does that require a time frame of implementation that would delay our ability to move forward tonight?
No, it doesn't require any time frame. It does require an agendized item, and I think I can be comfortable with saying that review of the biennial budget, that this falls within the agendized item tonight.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Starbuck.
And Mr. Throop, now this wasn't sent out to department heads with an across-the-board flat percentage cut for everybody, was it?
For the presentation, that part was, just so you can get an idea of the magnitude. But we were.
So what was department heads, what were they directed to cut then?
Well, do we want to go, that's jumping down through the agenda. Did you want to go through the agenda first or go straight to that?
No, I haven't seen the agenda on this yet, so I just thought that I would ask.
Okay.
So currently, we're discussing the policies that currently guide us on making decisions regarding budget issues and financial issues, and that's what we're opening up the discussion for first. Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, to the city attorney, was this noticed as part of the discussion, the potential change of the policies?
That is not precisely on the agenda, but on the agenda is review and discussion of the 2019-21 biennial budget. As part of reviewing the biennial budget, you live by these financial principles and guidelines. And if there's a desire to change these principles by which you set the budget, I think that's encompassed within talking about the biennial budget this year.
And the only reason why I asked that is because I don't think necessarily that it was posted and stuff as a staff report or otherwise for public to see or read. I know you got some on the table in the back, correct? So anybody who knows what we're looking at, it's this here, so if you wanted to comment on that. That's what I'm getting at. I don't know if it's been posted as such for the public, or do you feel it doesn't need to be posted?
The only legal requirement is that it be an agendized item on the posted agenda. And there was an agenda posted for this meeting, and I think that this discussion falls within that agendized item. But you're right that there is not a staff report that's been circulated other than what's on the table in the back.
I just think if the public was here to comment on this, and I think they want to, that they should have had a little more time than a couple minutes on a table in the back, but that's all I was getting at.
Any other questions or concerns from council? Seeing none, if there's anyone who would like to make comments regarding our current policies and is prepared to do so, you're more than welcome to come forward and provide feedback.
Good evening. My name is Ron Fink. I live in the city of Lompoc, and I rarely agree with Councilman Mosley, but in this case, I agree with you. This should have been noticed. You should have a staff report in front of you, and so that the public can understand what it is that the staff is proposing and what you might consider. So I would suggest that you follow Mr. Mosby's lead in this case.
John Lynn, Lompoc resident, and clearly an even odder circumstance is that Ron and I completely agree. Number one, the the number of documents on the back table is gone, so the vast majority of the people here have no idea what you're talking about. And I signed this document when I was mayor, and we went through a great deal of effort to make this happen. So I believe we should properly notice it, provide it on our website to the public, and then move forward. If you're not going to make a change, then, you know, no harm, no foul, because this is the policy today. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, I'll return it to our city manager and just provide a little clarification that this was actually a request that these be brought to us in case we needed to review it or had any concerns from the council's perspective, I believe.
Correct. It came back as a council request at a previous meeting. So we thought, since we're doing the budget and it relates to the budget, we would have it as part of the budget discussion.
So if we choose not to discuss it tonight, you could take direction from us and bring it back with an evaluation based on staff's overview of this to see if a change is needed, but at the present, staff is not necessarily recommending changes to these documents, correct?
I have not recommended anything
Okay.
to it.
Councilmember Mosby.
In light of public comment and such, I recommend that if we are going to make pay changes, that you go ahead and bring it back for it, but otherwise we accept it as is and move forward.
Okay. So I have one in agreement that we accept and move forward. If I could get a second and third, I'll give it a second. If I can get a third, Councilmember Cordova?
Second.
Second, and I'll give it a third. So currently, we're in agreement on these as a majority, and if at the end of the discussions, if there's a request to bring these back, we'll certainly make a staff request on that, so. Do you need a vote, even though it wasn't a motion? Oh, it was Councilmember Mosby, myself, and Councilmember Cordova. All right.
Okay.
Can I,
Councilmember Mosby?
I don't know if, I guess they're out on the table. I don't know if anybody else wanted to see these, or if anybody else needed more copies, or if you could
And we
provide.
didn't know, we printed about 50 of them. We didn't know we were going to have.
I don't know if anybody wants another
It's
copy.
tremendous. It will be on the website too, if you want to save a tree, but
I don't know.
we'll have it out there. But if you need a paper, just raise your hand and we can work on getting that.
If anybody doesn't know what it is, it's a policies on what we're supposed to be and how we're supposed to be treating the budget.
Okay. Well, it's tough to see up there. This was one that I just thought it'd be good to bring up. And I apologize for the color. It was much better in my office. So living within our means is a comment that has been brought up both inside the city hall, outside the city hall. So I wanted to try and take a real quick minute here and just be very basic about it. We start off with the general fund revenue. That's all the property taxes that come in. Property tax, sales tax, different fees, permits, hotel tax, the TOT. That was $69 million, almost 68. What we look at then is the general fund operational expenses. What does it cost to run the city? And I asked our finance department, I said, but pull out, and you're going to see that underneath, the unfunded liability. That's not part of what we consider operational expenses. So if you take out the truly operational expenses from what we bring in every year, we have a $2.2 million surplus. That's a surplus to the city right now. A lot of that, I will say, is due to the council requesting us to reduce our budgets in the different years. It's to the benefit of the staff that has cut back on all of their spending in the different areas, trying to be as frugal as possible. So from the guideline of live within your means, the city's actually doing that. I would love to be able to take the $2 million and add some more public safety. I'd love to add parks people. I would love to add something else that we've really cut back on, and you're going to see later where some of these reductions were. Would that $2 million cover everything? No, there'd still be shortages in different areas, but it would be a tremendous help. The only problem is, and you'll hear more about this, I just want to talk about it real quickly, is that unfunded liability, and I apologize for the coloration up there. That's what comes in, that big elephant, the big heavy boat anchor that has been put around our necks. That's what draws us down into this deficit. So if we didn't have that there, and we hopefully it'll be gone one day, we actually are are surviving. We're surviving with a surplus, which a lot of cities can't do. So the other one too, we could take that surplus and put it back into our general fund surplus and try to build that back up. So a real quick, easy slide, but I wanted you all to see that, we are doing what we should be doing. We as staff, to the council, we can say, we're living within our means. We can tell that to the citizens, we're living within our means. We just have a big elephant that we have to deal with later.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Mr. Throop, a quick question.
Yes.
In a slides coming down, future, are you going to show the increases in the unfunded liability, the growth in the next 10 years of what that number is going to grow to?
Yeah, Dean has that.
All right.
He's the better person. He's more creative in his slides. Okay. Whoops, going one more. This one I didn't do a slide. So we talked about the living within our means. The next one I had on the agenda was just sort of the uniqueness for Lompoc. And the one person got up and Dean leaned over and said, "She stole your thunder." And I was like, darn it. So I've been a finance person literally from day one after I graduated school, private sector into the public sector. Brad Wilkie, who was the previous finance director, also he started public accounting as a CPA, moved over finally into the government sector. Dean was in the finance area over in the prison, the federal prison area. And then I forgot, we have another one too, and that's Melinda Wall. She was also a finance director up north. She had retired and then came out of retirement to help out down here in Lompoc. So we actually have 4 finance directors working for the city. I truly don't know of anybody that might have 2, let alone 4. So it's something that we're going to get into later, but that is very unique to have 4 highly qualified, experienced. If you added up all the years, it's well over 100 years of experience combined, and we'll get into that later and why it's so unique. Going on to that one, I'm going to turn this one over to Dean. Dean has a very good presentation.
Thank you. Tonight I want to talk a little bit about some of the what's really causing the problem and why we're in such a deficit. And real briefly, I'll talk about where we are with our 2018 and 19. And then I'll talk about the CalPERS history a little bit, and then we'll move on to talking about how we're going to prepare our budget. I know I brought this a few times, and we know about where we're at. We're currently at about $545,000 from last year. We had a variance of $430. This year, we're predicting about the same. We have a little tighter variance. We've been a lot closer to our budget. But I really want to talk about the history in CalPERS and really what happened here. Currently right now we have almost $84 million in debt on our books, 30 to public safety, 54 to the miscellaneous group. It's kind of interesting if you go back to 1999 and you look at SB 400, which was signed by our Governor Gray Davis and backed by CalPERS to change the first one was the public safety one, that was to go to 3 at 50, and it enabled them to do up to 90% of their high 1 year, final year pay, and it was retroactive. You could see a lot of the highway patrolmen got anywhere from $30,000 to $40,000 a year bump up in just the sign of a pen. Lompoc did the same thing. A lot of states and local followed suit or followed behind it. Before that, Lompoc was at 2 at 50, so it was a big jump. Shortly after that, they did SB 616. In 2000, they came up with 4 different robust plans that cities could go away from the 2 at 50, 2 at 60, excuse me. Lompoc originally went to 2 at 55 in 2000. They later jumped to 2.7 at 55 in their classic. Then they went to a tier 2, which was 2 at 60, and then again, later enacted PEPRA, which is the Pension Reform Act, which was 2 at 62, which is what everybody is on now. At the time, CalPERS stated that it wouldn't cost the taxpayers a single dime. If we look at what happened here in Lompoc when we went to that 3%, When I went and looked at the evaluation reports, the present value analysis and how much benefit was given away at that point in time was $6 million in 2000. If you did a conservative rate of return, which CalPERS is right now at 7.25, back then it was 8, that projects out to $25 million to today. If you look at our unfunded liability for the police department and safety and fire, it's $30 million. So you can see pretty much what happened right there. And I'm going to go over this in a couple, I'm going to look over the miscellaneous and show you what happened there too. If you look at 1999, it was probably the economy was just going great. You see that unfunded liability with a negative in front of it. That's 20 million cash at the bank we had above what we needed to fund. We were at 151% funding. Remember when I talked about that in 01, they enacted 2 at 55 for the miscellaneous. You could see we lost almost $11 million right there. Shortly after that, in 2003, that was when the small recession of the dot-com came around and we lost $7 million. And keep in mind that the chief actuarial at this point in time said that if we saw a pullback and we missed our mark by 4%, it would be catastrophic to the cities. In 2004-05, that's when we went to the 2.7 at 55 retro I talked about earlier. We lost $7 more million. We now are at 89% funded. 2010, right after the Great Recession, we lost another $10 million. We were down at 62% funding. And like I said before, that equates out to $54 million to today. So that benefit was $19 million when they did those 2 retros for miscellaneous group. Again, if you do present value analysis and project it out at what that is to today, $54 million. And it just happens to be our unfunded liability today is $54 million. So overall, those two plans, we gave $26 million in benefits, which equates to the current value of $79 million in debt that's sitting in our books, plus a little through the road of mishaps between the dot-coms where our balance is now at $84 million. The thing that really scares me is when I look at this graph right here and you see where that red line is where we are right now and what they're proposing to go forward as they amortize these losses through the Great Depression and other amortization changes. Matter of fact, if you look at how much that's going to deficit us at that point in time at the peak, it'll be $3.3 million compared to the 1.8 we're facing right now in our budget. Like our city manager talked about and what it looks like when you add back the 2 UAL components, you can see we have a surplus. And keep in mind that governments aren't supposed to have long-term debt and when they're general fund. That's something that you don't, it's not the way the whole financial statements are presented. They remove all long-term debt. However, that's in there. That shouldn't be. It should have been cleared a long time ago. But with big debt, there's also opportunity. If you look at our payment schedule, that's the first one that says current. And if we were to jump off that and try and pay it off in 15 years, we could save $26.5 million. If we were to put a 1-cent sales tax and go aggressively at this, we would save close to $49 million in interest. Oops, I skipped right over. A sales tax would generate $4.9 million per year. And keep in mind that 25% of the sales tax is paid for by people in Lompoc proper. That equates to $123 per year. However, if I back up again, if I can do that, let me see. That $49 million, about 50% of that is the utilities. So if we paid that off, the utility customers would see about $200 per household per year. Savings. They would save that money. That would be interest they wouldn't have to pay. Anyways, we brought 2 methodologies to try and enhance revenues or reduce our expenditures. The council said to take the revenue out. So tonight, we're going to demonstrate a little bit and go through it. It's kind of good. We're going to talk a little bit about what the impact would be on our divisions. And it's kind of good to see what has actually happened through the last budget cycles that as we try to keep cutting our way out of this. And I'm going to turn it over to the chief.
So Councilman Starbuck had asked a question earlier. So as the staff comes up, the department heads come up, one of the things I did ask them to do, just because in this round, it was easy to say everyone's going to share the same pain. So it does have it in there as an 8.7% across the board. So fire, police, library, everyone did get that reduction given to them. I know in our policies, it does say thou shalt not, have it, but the policies are a guideline. So if you actually go up to section A, it says these are guidelines. So when these were written, they weren't quite what they should be as policies. So we can come back, I think, as a group and talk about the wording on this part, because a policy is really what you should be going by. But we have other ones in here that we're still not following, and it's we need to follow all of them or none of them type of a thing. So so it was asked the staff to say, here's what the cut would be. But after that, we have some more areas to talk to you about.
Before the chief begins, Councilmember Mosby?
I just wondered if the city manager would read that number 4.
Yes. Whoops, sorry. It says, across the board approaches shall be avoided because they are not aligned with the council and community's priorities.
Thank you.
May I read one other?
You have the microphone.
Okay. At the very top under A, which is usually the tenet of what guides all the principles or laws or acts, it just says the proposed financial principles provide guidelines of what to do. And that's what a guideline does. It's tells you to stay between these lines, but we know during deficits, during recessions, it's hard to do what's in a policy. So there's a lot of gray area when it comes to that. So.
And then one question for Mr. Albro. I believe that Councilmember Starbuck had asked about whether or not there would be an example of the increase over the next 10 years, and I believe the graph that you utilized sort of showed that.
I did 2032, and you can see where the deficit got to be 3.3 million. I didn't do a complete amortization. You can see the percentages of the chart before, so it can give you an idea, but if there's something you did want to see later on, let me know.
Okay. Is that helpful, Mr. Councilmember?
Yes.
Okay. Councilmember Mosby.
I don't know if you can go back to one of your slides first before the chief speaks. If you could go back to the savings component. And I'd say thank you, because I know you did a lot of research, and this is the first time I think the public is finally hearing what's driving us in here. It's not just some mystery thing called PERS, that it was proactive movements that councils made, the state made, moving us forward to drive us into this position. But your household savings, we were talking about this earlier, and that's, can you give me some referencing on the $200 per household?
Well, it would require fund balance to actually pay it down. If you're going aggressively after it, it's to pay it off in 10 years. And if I back up, you can see the different amortization schedules and how much you would end up paying. It's the interest line. The interest line is you're going from 84 to $35 million, and that's interest that you wouldn't have to pay. And like I said, about 50% of the CalPERS is paid for by the utilities group.
And I got to say, this is probably, this and the next slide are the two most logical slides that have come about in our budget proceedings over the last several years. One other question I had, so what would be the total value of savings across the town? If you're saying 200 per household. On the next slide?
It would be on this one right here, the total.
Of the old town?
Yeah, this is amortized over 30 years. The current one that CalPERS is applying that we go forward with. If we did the tax, that would be the only way we could actually aggressively pay this off. And the reason why is the utilities have the money to move forward, But we can't, they're all in one group, and the general fund definitely does not have the money to move forward.
So what I was getting at, though, you had a $200 per savings per household. How many households were you talking about?
I think I got it from DOF. I think they were saying it was somewhere in the tune of 12,500. And I got a lot of different numbers from different sources, and I just went with DOF.
So it's one of those crazy things where you had a tax, you'd actually have about 50% savings of the tax. So the total tax drawn in out of the whole community would be about $5 million as originally estimated, and you'd have about a $2.5 million in savings.
Yeah, and you would keep your public safety whole because you'd be able to keep them rolling. But yeah, you would have to pay up front, but you get the benefit at the end. Just like if you were paying on a house and you're amortizing over 10 years versus 30 years.
Right. So one of the critical components of this is, as long as it was stayed disciplined and the money that came in went to that and didn't go towards expanding the size.
You would totally side rail it all. You are absolutely correct.
Right. So the difficulty I've seen in the past is when there were new revenues, it was so easy to give well-needed raises and new positions to be created. And what would that do to this model that you have here?
It wouldn't happen. You'd have to stay on discipline and stay on that 10-year amortization schedule to make it work. And that could change too. You know, people say that it's about time for another recession, and if that happens, even if we have the sales tax and we're aggressively going after it, we may be extended a year or 2 or 3 or 4. I mean, when we lost 31% in 2 years in the Great Recession. And if you remember what I said when the actuarial said if they had a 4% dip, it would be catastrophic. We had a 31, and we missed the mark by about 45% in those 2 years.
So I guess what I'm getting at is a comment that was made earlier that if the tax revenue was there, they could hire new positions, and that would completely affect the model that you're presenting to us.
You'd have to stay on that scale in order to make this work.
Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, thank you.
Dean, before we go to the department head presentations, I think that maybe to let people here know, we've missed our revenue projections several budget cycles in a row. And one of the things that I think shows fiscal responsibility for council and staff here is the fact that we still have excess money other than what's...
I think the reason why we missed a lot of the marks is we were trying to bridge the gap in our last with one-time anomalies. And I know I brought that up before. If you look at how close we were on the sales tax, we were pretty much spot on. But those one-time anomalies like selling property and all those things, they're gambles, but we were trying to bridge the gap. CalPERS actually originally gave it a shallow, and it wasn't going to be nearly as off the cliff, but they changed a lot of things like mortality rates, discount rates, and they just keep piling it on us, and it's like we can't get ahead of the game.
But one of the ripple effects here is when we didn't meet our projections, but raises were based upon revenue projections, they were given, that extrapolates out into PERS retirement later.
Sure does.
So, I mean, if you could kind of just briefly touch that before.
Well, the impact of, keeping competitive wages, I wanted to emphasize tonight that really wasn't what put us in this predicament. The predicament is we had that $84 million that we just haven't paid on. I mean, that has really been the problem. We've been paying the normal cost, which is paying everybody's pension as we go along. And even like when you saw the slides, we were actually having a surplus. But what really got us is when they gave that benefit away and they retroed it. There was people here that had 40 years and were making some really good money, and they instantly got basically a check of $700,000 or $800,000 given to them. We couldn't afford that. On average, it was almost $100,000 in benefit was given away on a stroke of a pen on just one of those that I did some analysis on.
So what I do hear you saying is two things. One, we don't control CalPERS. It is beyond our ability to negotiate anything other than how often we make a payment and how that payment's made. And then the second part is that it's a separate issue from being able to maintain the wage gaps, and that we have to actually look at them as two different problems.
CalPERS is a great program. They get really great returns, but their model is very, very risky, and it's very volatile. And we've seen what happened when you give a benefit away and you get hit with the volatility that went down. So anything you do can get hit with that volatility because overall it's a very risky model, but it's the best paying model, and you'll always get the best rate of return by doing that kind of model of equities and real estate.
Great. Councilmember Mosby.
I believe you also agreed there was one other component, that was new positions created and raises would also affect that. So we do have some control over how much PERS is going to balloon.
The only good thing about a position that would have been added within the last 5 years is they're under the PEPRA program, and it's 6.2. And matter of fact, it's the same cost that if you're at Walmart, that's the same benefit given to any employee nowadays with PEPRA. Even though you'll see a better pension plan with the the PEPRA Reform Act than Social Security, because like I said, it's a very good model, but it's a very risky model. But you got to be you got to understand what you're doing. And when we let the funding ratio get out of whack, that's when we were in trouble in 1999. Well, about 2002, but that's almost 20 years ago. They should have done something and said, we need to fix this right away, and they didn't. And it's just like having a credit card debt, and you're just paying just the minimum payment, it just keeps building and building. We still aren't touching our principal, and that makes me very nervous.
Thank you. Councilmember Cordova.
I just want to say, we're just getting started, but I want to say thank you, because I think the information that you are showing to begin this budget meeting, I think is educational to the public. I think if we're going to draw them out and we're going to ask them to come and give us their opinion and tell them what they could be losing as a community, I think it's important for them to see the actual numbers. As a council member, as a new council member, I said in the last meeting, I want the opportunity to do my due diligence and know, what am I looking at? What am I facing? I want to see the numbers for myself. I want to vet the information for myself, and not selling the public on one-time anomalies where we're telling them we could make this and hopefully if all goes right, but we're actually giving them facts. And I think that's so important, and I think that that's what the public deserves, and I really commend the staff for taking that approach today. So thank you. And we're just getting started, but I think this is a great start.
All right, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Albro. Well, we have one more question from Councilmember Vega.
Dean, could you clarify here, moving forward with all these budget projections, and we've been talking about wage increases and growth, how that factors into any kind of a formula that you have right now? Obviously, it's not incorporating any type of freeze. It's not saying, hey, there's no raises that are going to be a part of anything that's moving forward, because that's part of normal growth, right, and revenue generation. We keep going back and we're saying, hey, well, there were some raises that were given back then that put us in this spot. Could be true, but moving forward, what would be your projections as far as growth from the city side in order to provide services?
One of the things we created in the 15-17 is the 10-year projection model. And to me, when I put that together and I'm projecting what's going to happen, I'm putting the increases that CalPERS is proposing on the normal cost and the UAL, but I'm also putting into what is the normal inflation of the dollar for our operating plan, and and the same factors goes into salaries, because as inflation goes, the dollar, it can buy less and less. So when we do our 10-year model, we try and keep it as what the CPI average has been for the last 20 years. So that's pretty much how we base almost all the increases, with the exception to CalPERS.
So moving forward, the CalPERS is still here. It's still a benefit that the employees are entitled to a point. So how do we make all this work moving forward?
Got to pay that debt down.
Well, the debt, I get it. But as it accumulates, and again, Councilman Starbuck also indicated that when we hire and we're adding to that debt. Is that correct? As far as the benefits?
Yeah, we are, but we have to have enough to do our services. And like I said, too, after anybody who's been hired on the PEPRA program about 5 years now, even 7 or 8 years when we did a reform to the 2 at 60, they're not getting that benefit that's causing that spike. They're, like I said, PEPRA is 6.25 and Social Security is 6.2. I mean, it's the same thing, and any person who works gets the same benefit, but I just think that the CalPERS benefit's a little bit better because it is a more aggressive tool. But I also think that if you're going to have an aggressive tool like that, you almost need like a 115 trust or some way of having that, some stability behind it. We can't entertain that. We're not there, but it would have been nice when they had 150% funding if they could have done something like that. But I'm being a Monday night quarterback.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for the clarity on the slides. It really helps the public, I'm sure, absorb it instead of a whole bunch of rhetoric where you can't connect the dots, so I think it's real clear. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. You know, in police work, perhaps one of the most dangerous things is to be the point person in a search warrant. And right now, I'd rather be there than here. So with that said, a couple of weeks ago, we had a presentation, and the police department, the cuts that are proposed in the next budget cycle without any additional revenue stream would mean that we would have to take about $809,000 additional cuts for the next 2 years. Just want to go over some significant crime changes here. Year to date, we've had 2 homicides, we've had 21 aggravated assaults, and of those 21, 8 involved firearms. We've had 2 rapes and burglaries that involve shoplift, residential burglaries, and vehicle burglaries are up to 101, and we've had 8,644 calls to date received in dispatch. These are our staffing levels for the last 29 years, and it's a little bit hard to see, but I'll point it out here verbally. If you look at 1999, we had 44 officers, and we're back at that level 20 years later. When I first got here, we were authorized, our table of organization was authorized at 51. During the last budget cycle, we had 3 officer positions held at the tune of $568,000, and we lost 3 grant-funded positions because the grants expired, which came up to $610,961 for a total reduction of $1,179,854. As I mentioned earlier, the table of organization was as a result of the grant positions, was reduced to 47, and then the 3 additional positions that were held made our authorized table of organization to 44 officers. So if you combine the 2 years of $809,000 and change there, it comes out to $1.6 million and change for the next 2 years. And what does that translate into? The loss or reduction of 6 police officers. The last few years, as a result of budget constraints, we've reduced, some of our logistical needs, and there's nothing else to cut but people at this point. The police department will be forced into a reactive enforcement mode, and basically what I mean is we're going to do 2 primary functions, patrol and detectives. Anything proactive is gone out the window. The record section will also be open to the public on a limited basis, and the department will be unable to staff special events and community outreach. See, so right now, when we have community events, a lot of times, we provide some of our staff in services in kind, but also because of our relationship with our other partners within the county, they will lend personnel for our events, and then we reciprocate as well. But all of that will go by the wayside. Here's a table of organization. It's hard to see, and it shows us at 44 people as we are right now. And so if you look at 44 people and you look at our population, and there's a ratio of maybe 1 officer for about every 1,100 people, that would be the true story if we deployed 44 officers around the clock. But the truth is, our highest volume in terms of officer to the population ratio is during daytime hours, and it's still not that. The vast majority of the day, probably half the day, we have 4 officers and a sergeant that are responsible for about 43,000 people. You do that math, and that comes out to about 10,000 people per officer. Then you take into weekends, when a lot of our folks don't work, that's the same ratio for both Saturday and Sunday. For non-sworn, it doesn't get prettier. We currently have numerous vacancies. We've lost all 4 intern positions. We currently don't have a community service officer, so we have nobody to do graffiti abatement or vehicle abatement. We have a recruitment process open in hopes that we can hire two community service officers. So what else does it mean? If I lose 6 officers, it means that my street crime unit goes away. And this was done as kind of a catch-all, fix-all to replace the fact that we didn't have a gang or narcotic unit, and they would deal with the emerging problems. That corporal and those 2 officers have served to augment my detective bureau. And earlier in the month when we had, or in March when we had our homicide, about 70% of their time since that crime occurred has been dedicated to assisting detectives in solving that crime. We also have a homeless liaison officer that has gotten a great deal of public approval and positive impact. That officer will go away. And once again, we'll have issues that we'll have to deal with in the riverbed. And our last check as of this week is that we have 5 more camps there. And we invested a lot of resources and money and collaboration with other agencies. And we don't want to make that for naught if we don't reestablish that position. We haven't had motor officers for some time, and that will continue to be vacant as well. Additional challenges facing the police department. Retail marijuana in the city requires dedicated staff for the police department to review plans and applications as well as other city departments. For the police department alone, it takes about 5 to 6 hours of work per plan. To date, we've had 20 plans which have been reviewed. Once a business is operational, and we haven't even gotten to that phase yet, we have to deal with compliance checks that will be required by California law, and as well as the community and business complaints that will come both from the businesses and the community once we have these businesses fully operational. It's no different than ABC locations. We get a ton of police calls as a result of alcohol businesses as well, and we can expect that as well. The work requires an additional staff officer, at minimum a sergeant, minimum of 2 police officers to do this additional work related to this business. And that's pretty much the norm. I've done my research. If you look around other places throughout the state, they have dedicated teams within the police department that do this kind of work. Additional concerns. It's no secret, last night we honored our dispatchers for National Telecommunicators Week, and not one of them could come in here because they were working. And most times I have 1 dispatcher for the majority of the day. We have 5 vacancies. We're consistently trying to fill those positions. I haven't had a supervisor in the dispatch center for a year and a half. That's been done by one of our sergeants as an ancillary duty. And due to these vacancies, the department has been forced to rely on police officers, jailers, and other personnel to staff these positions on an overtime basis. This impacts our mandated training because they still have to go to training. When we have people that go off sick, it's another challenge, or to even give them a vacation. It's the same for the jail. The jail is currently funded with 1 supervisor and 3 jailers, but the jail supervisor is working as a dispatcher. And I have 1 position on loan to dispatch full-time, 1 police officer position as well, or 1 jailer. Once again, the mandated training, sick time, and vacation also pose a significant challenge for us as well. So, some of the additional concerns is that I have a very dated fleet. I've been here 4 years, and when I got here, those cars were probably a year to 2 old, if not more. We have not replaced any vehicles in the last couple of budget cycles. There was some talk in town because we got a truck, and what we did is we forewent getting a motorcycle, and through our creative fleet director, we were able to get a low-end truck to look somewhat decent, but more importantly, to have the functionality to go into the river, because we had no vehicle to go down there. We got a Polaris that we got through a grant, but at no added cost to the budget. And that's pretty much it.
Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, Chief, one of the things that we had to do last cycle was we had to give some raises. And we gave 9% raises to the force. And I know we were looking at drastic matters, and the former chief said we were going to lose, 16 positions. And I think we rescued a lot of that from happening. Is that...
Well, here's the plight that I'm running against, too. I have 3 officers right now that are currently engaged in the background process, and they'll probably be gone within the next 4 weeks. 8 days from today, I lose one of the most tenured members of our department. After 32 years of service, he's going to take a well-earned retirement. That means four officers down. I currently have 2 officers on medical leave, and 1 that's been reassigned to dispatch. So as in short of about 4 to 5 weeks, I'll be down to 37 officers.
What I was getting at is we did make a lot of progress with that. I mean, it's about, can you agree with that?
We did. We were able to have some success in retention, but then once again, our table of organization was redesigned to meet our budget constraints. So, like I said, we went from 51 to 47. You held 3 positions to make up for the raise, which brought us down to 44.
And I think, as I had mentioned in the last budget discussions, us as a council had staffed you through the budget. When we set it at the department level, and when revenues weren't seeing they were coming in, that's when a freeze was put on last April. But that wasn't something that was done by council. That was when an offset of revenues didn't appear to be coming in, and they had to do what they had to do. Right. But I want to make sure that we understand that. But the other question is, do you have anybody writing grants? I remember when Officer Lardner was here, he was grant writing. I know there's Prop 64 grant opportunities out there right now. Are we doing any of that?
You know, many of our grants, as I mentioned before, had a sunset and expiration date. And to write grants, I've written several grants. You know, I got the City of Los Angeles at one point, one of the first UASI grants. And I'm capable of doing that, but at the same time, I have to administer for a police department.
Oh, no.
And those are the challenges that we have. Most cities have a grant writing division that dedicate themselves to that. And police grants are pretty challenging, and we're competing. A lot of other agencies are in the same condition we're in. They're looking for resources as well. And especially in the county, a lot of times when we do get grants, and we get some grant funds from collective grant ventures here in the county, but our portion based upon the size of our agency and our city are minimized.
In Prop 64 grants, though, because of what's going on in our town, I've been told we can get up to $500,000 to $1 million a year to help in the public safety component. And maybe it's something like, I know your slate is more than full. I'm not asking you to do that. But there is opportunities potentially to look at for contractors to write that, and they work off the grant that they write. So they can help. It's something that we used to do. As you mentioned there were 3 positions that were grant funded. Do you know, was that through the SAFER grant?
Well, we had several grants. We had one for an SRO officer. We had a COPS grant. We also had a traffic grant that also paid for a position. So those all, like I said, had sunset dates.
So it definitely looks like that's an opportunity to help with a big part of that up there, if we can look that direction.
If they were to recreate those or make those available.
Sure.
But once again, they have to be available.
Thank you.
Chief Mariani, I would caution us against solving personnel issues with grant money, because as we've seen, when those grants sunset and we don't have the funds to continue it ourselves, it becomes a cycle of losing personnel. I think grants are excellent for infrastructure and for vehicles, but unless we're absolutely strapped for it, I think solving positions on grants is a dangerous step.
And the other thing, too, that when you take a grant, you're also making a commitment, a contractual obligation, that after that grant expires, that you're going to fill that position for so many years afterwards. Yeah. So that's another challenge.
Yeah. Councilmember Mosby.
And if I can respond back, the Prop 64 grant is different. It's not something that's supposed to be a short-term. It's supposed to be a long-term backfill, as Prop 64 is reduce or eliminate illicit activity, and that was one of the components. So it was to be something that's supposed to be a long-term backfilling, not supposed to be a short-term. So it was designed to do just what we need to do.
Any other questions for Chief Mariani? Seeing none, we'll move on to the next presenter. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. See if I can get this thing to work. Okay. Come on. I broke it. There we go. Okay, first off, I just want to give you a little bit of a background as to how we got to our current staffing. With the completion of the 2013 master plan, we learned that we were severely understaffed. And it was at that time we applied for and received a FEMA SAFER grant, hired 3 additional firefighters, and created the fire marshal's position. 2014, we put into service the rescue to meet the demands of our growing community and are also increasing call load. The results of adding a manpower in our rescue, our dependency on mutual aid dropped by 50%. Cardiac arrest saves were up. Response times decreased. We were able to meet our OSHA requirement of 2 in and 2 out. We got closer to meeting our NFPA 1710 standards. This was our first increase in staffing in 30 years. All this was in alignment with our 2013-2016 master plans that were adopted 5-0 by council. So that brings us to today. We have been asked to show what a cut of $4,400 or 8.7 would do, and what would it look like. The ramifications: 3 firefighters' positions would be terminated. We'd also have a lot of operation cuts. You know, the firefighters' positions would take up the brunt of the costs, about $450,000, but we were going to have to make up the rest of it through operational cuts. So you'd see cuts in training, public education, our CERT program, Emergency Operations Center, our succession planning, our community risk reduction, and a few other programs that we have. So with this, what is termination of 3 firefighters going to do? Well, that's the end of the rescue. The rescue will be gone. Everything that we have done to improve our responses will be wasted. Our staffing levels will be at our 1986 level, where we only had 1,200 calls per year. In comparison to the nation average, Lompoc has 0.61 firefighters per 1,000 population. The nation average in cities over 10,000 people is 1.52 firefighters per 1,000. With these cuts, we will be at 0.51 firefighters per 1,000 citizens. Tell the truth, I don't know what I'm going to do with a half a firefighter. To give you a better look, I know it's kind of small, but to give you a better look of our responses here in the city, this is the last 3 quarters of 2018 and the first quarter of 2019. All those red dots are our calls. And as you can see, no one district is receiving the majority of the calls. It's like a shotgun out there. I look at this and it reminds me of our measles epidemic that we have throughout the country. So with this, we're also going to have some operational impacts. You know, we're going to be losing the rescue. So some of the operational impacts is our response times are going to increase. Calls will stack up because we will not have the rescue to respond to simultaneous incidents when both our engines are committed. The county fire department will be in the city every day. You know, and at this point, we might even want to look at dissolving our fire department and becoming part of the fire district. We'll no longer be able to have an effective response force. 2 in, 2 out OSHA requirements we won't be able to keep. The NFPA 1710, which requires 15 firefighters on scene of a structure fire within 8 minutes for any residential fire, we won't be able to do that. Pit crew CPR, which is something that we've been able to do since we've had the rescue, we won't be able to do. Well, pit crew CPR, we went from 15% save to a 48% save. We're saving lives. We're not going to be able to do that. And one thing that doesn't show up, and when you look at the stats, you don't see it, but we have the rescue. And when there's a major trauma or cardiac arrest, AMR needs a rider. If they have to transport somebody to Marion Hospital or Cottage, they can't do it with the people that they have, so one of our firefighters off the rescue will go with them. What that means, having the rescue, we can keep 2 engines in service. Without the rescue, we'll be down to 1 engine. But I want you to know we have challenges, and this is only the tip of the iceberg. We've been kicking down the road, our can of the infrastructure, so far that we have some big expenses that are sitting here that need to be addressed right now. One of them is that Station 1 needs an earthquake retrofit. Well, you know what? That's been going on for 6-7 years that we've needed that. Our firefighters are living in that unsafe building. We need to fix that. Also, dispatch is broken. Our radios are outdated. We can't even get parts for them. Our fleet average age is 18 years old. That's the average age. NFPA says that an engine should last 10 to 15 years and then go into 5 years of reserve. Then should be retired. Our engine 1 is 17 years old. Our engine 3 is 21 years old. Our ladder is 26 years old. And guess what's been running the last few days around town as our #1 response engine? Our ladder, 26 years old. All I can say is thank you to Fleet for maintaining our equipment. They've done an excellent job of keeping it up, but sooner or later, they can't do any more. So in conclusion, I just want to say, we're going backwards. We have significant regression from the progress that we have made. We have a definite safety issue to not only our firefighters, but to our citizens and visitors. Another thing that I haven't even mentioned was, if these cuts were to happen, our ISO rating is going to go down. Everyone will be paying more for insurance in the city. So our succession plan, that's out the door. We're not going to be able to invest in our future leaders, and as far as I can say, our future infrastructure and our equipment needs attention now. Any questions?
Councilmember Starbuck.
Chief, just a couple of them here. The fire marshal position here in City Hall is supposedly, years ago when it was brought under fire again in building, there was supposed to be an 80%, if I recall, cost recovery on that, which I don't think that we've met. Is that position required to be filled by a uniformed fireman, or is that a civilian position? Could it become a civilian position, taken out of fire?
It could become a civilian position, but in most agencies, it is not. And it is funded at 75% or above. And at this point, with our cannabis issues and our growth of the CHC, of all these other buildings that are taking place right now, it is probably one of the most important positions we have. Believe it or not, that position keeps all of us safe.
Okay, I want to go on with the brush truck now. How many years old is the brush truck?
The brush truck is a 2014.
We should drive it, huh? It looks good.
You know what? All our equipment looks good. I mean, that's the problem. It looks great driving 60 miles down the road, but the inside of it is falling apart.
No, understand. That's what I'm saying.
You've known vehicles for years. How many 26-year-old vehicles are you responding code 3 in?
My little truck when I have to get home, but that's, but well, I guess my point here is I'm going to step on the thin ice with you here real quickly, and let's talk about overtime that happened in fire. I think we were 900 and some thousand in overtime. Could you explain that?
Well, actually, I can. I'd like to probably bring up Battalion Chief Brian Fetterman. He might be able to answer some more of these questions for you. But on a 5-year average, our overtime is $500,000. We've requested funding for $500,000 on overtime. We've always been underfunded. We've only been funded for like $285,000 a year when it's $500,000. So that's one of the things that creates the overtime. The other thing is, unlike any other department in the city, we always have to be on duty. We have to fill all our positions. So when you're having Thanksgiving dinner, we're working. And if someone calls in sick, we have to fill that position. You know, when you're having Christmas and you're all at home with your family, we're working. So all those positions have to be filled. One of the things that no other department does is force hire. Believe it or not, we have to force hire people to work overtime. And you can't say no. Do you know any job that you can't say no to work?
Yeah.
You have to. And, you know, most of our out-of-town assignments, which, by the way, if we were to lose this manpower, we wouldn't be able to do, but most of our out-of-town assignments, that's all reimbursed. All that money is reimbursed. We actually make, I hate to say this, we make money on these disasters.
That was my next question.
$100,000 last year in administration fees.
Right.
$70,000 in equipment reimbursement. We make money on it.
Right. No, that's why the brush truck is an asset.
You were talking about our fire marshal. Our fire marshal is in one of the command teams. When she goes out, we make money off that position. She brings money back to the city. And that's a position that we don't have to fill behind while she's gone. And she actually continues to still work. Believe it or not, when she's gone, she is communicating with us through telephone and emails. Is there anything you'd like to add on the overtime?
So I think the question about the $900,000, that's come up several times, and even the finance director corrected that in that was an inaccurate statement. That number actually, once we got the money paid back from the fires, and then when we did the salary adjustments from the frozen positions and augmented it back to the overtime, it actually brought it down to $600,000. So it's a big discrepancy. And I remember about 6 months ago, Councilmember Mosby asked a really great question and said, are we knowingly underfunding the overtime within the fire department? And that was a great question because it's true. We do a 5-year average every budget cycle and we bring it forward, and it's a little bit over $500,000 for the constant staffing model, but we're only given half of it. So from day one in the budget, as soon as we're given it, we're already set up to fail because we don't have a staffing pool to fill for those vacancies from vacation, holidays, sick time, mandatory trainings that personnel have to attend to, and any injuries. So it was suggested, well, could we have a staffing pool to do that? That would be an option. It would reduce the overtime if we had a staffing pool. The problem is the staffing pool is more expensive than the overtime. If we were to hire 3 to 6 more personnel to make up for that, then we would have to pay all of that and the pensions and the workman's comps and so on and so forth. So it is more cost effective to backfill with the way we're doing it. But like we've advocated for, when you look at the cost reimbursements from the wildland fires, as well as what our 5-year projections are in the overtime, we've hit our marks every single year. We just haven't been funded appropriately for it.
Yeah, I guess my last question here would be, when you guys go to CAL FIRE, we don't include that, or you're not including that in your budget. So anything that you receive out of CAL FIRE is on top of what's already put in the budget for you. Is that a correct saying?
So we don't budget for a projected wildland season,
Right.
if I'm understanding your question correctly. So initially, the city does have to pay those overtime costs for the pay period, but then we bill out. And so,
Well, excuse me, Brian, but like the chief said, 100,000 was received, last year, but we didn't budget
Last year,
Saying we're going to
actually-
get 100,000 from CAL FIRE. We went zero on that.
And that goes directly into the general fund.
Not back to fire.
The department never gets to see that, which
It's
I would-
supposed to have gone back
I
to
would
fire.
love to see it come back.
It was supposed to go back to fire, though. This is something that originally had happened. It was not supposed to go to general fund, and that's what was supposed to prepay the brush truck also. so.
Some of the funds do go to pay for the brush truck, and that's amortized out over, I don't know, 10 years? The brush truck?
You're correct. The brush truck was about $430,000. It was financed over either 8 or 10 years. So the money that's coming back from fires through equipment rentals is going towards paying that debt obligation. So that debt obligation is there whether or not we get that reimbursement.
And you know, fires aren't a guaranteed thing. I mean, we've had some pretty horrendous last couple of years, but I've had years where nobody goes out. You know, you know, this year might be one of those with the increased rains that we've had. We might not be sending out a lot of crews.
Councilmember Mosby.
Brian actually has one more thing he'd like to mention about the
sure.
overtime.
Just one more thing, if I may, too. The overtime, because it is a big concern and we're cognizant of it, we have policies in place within the organization that actually limit the use of employee benefits. So we only allow 2 people off per any given day when we have 9 people on duty. So our policies inside restrict the use of those benefits because we're trying to keep overtime down as low as possible to keep it within sight those averages. Several things in this last budget cycle that we went through was a reduction in training. We try to find some innovative ways to keep people and bring training into the city and join with other departments so we're not sending people out and we're not having to backfill at such a high rate. We're not able to, little events like fire camp, we're not able to add as many off-duty personnel to help out because we're trying to keep the overtime as low as possible. So we do have measures inside the department that we try to keep a cap on the overtime as best as possible. So I think it's important to know.
Thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a couple comments, you know, not all doom and gloom, but, you know, the fire department, we do have a AAA fire department. I mean, I believe we make 4-minute call-outs 90+% of the time. We down from that now? We were making our 4, at least in the last...
I'm not exactly sure where you're getting those times. Components are broken down into 3
out of the master plan book here.
3 different components. One is dispatch time, one is turnout time, and one is the actual response of the engine company.
Right.
So we try to, the first of them all depends on dispatch. Well, dispatch we have some issues with right now, so we might not get out in 90 seconds like what we're trying to do. The other is turnout time. You know, that can depend on time of day, you know, and then the response time, which is actually the time that we're trying to meet is, I believe, 6 minutes and 20 seconds is what we're trying to meet on our actual response. And we're trying to do that. Believe me, if we lose a rescue, we're not going to meet any of these times.
What I'm talking about, as reported, you have it in your budget book and as in the master plan book. What I'm getting at is in comparative analysis to Santa Maria, which is only making a 5-minute 2/3 of the time and a 7-minute 84% of the time. So as reporting in our books, you guys are doing an excellent job getting there. That's what I'm referencing here.
Well, let me tell you.
At current staffing numbers. Right?
We have some of the greatest firefighters around.
And that's what I'm trying to tell
I know,
you guys.
And my fear is, with these budget cuts, we may end up losing some.
We didn't
Believe
make,
me,
we didn't make any budget
I came
cuts.
from the county. Some of the best firefighters we got were from Lompoc City. And I don't want to give any more to the county. I don't want to give any more to Santa Maria. Some of the best firefighters Santa Maria has came from Lompoc. You know, and the same with Santa Barbara City. We do not want to lose firefighters. We have such passionate firefighters that if you took everything away from them and just gave them a bucket of water, they would still respond and do the best they can for this city.
That's what I'm getting at. What I also want to say is that councils over the years have done a job of increasing funding. And if you go back to, I went all the way back to 98 to see where we were at that time and how much we've advanced when we were spending about $2 million a year in funding the fire, and we're up, well, in 17, our actual was over $6 million. So they have increased the funding significantly over the years. And one of the things that we had to step up, another success that we helped with, is that we did through labor negotiations a 3% year before last, 3% this year, 5% potential F-step, and a 2% certification pay. So that's a 13% increase in pay. So there are some successes out there. It's not all doom and gloom, and we're trying to work with you guys. We appreciate you guys working with us moving forward. But I think it's important to also mention the successes that we have out there. Also, when bringing on the rescue, and it was relatively new going on. And if you go back to the incident concurrency chart of the master plan, have you been able to analyze to see if there's any advantages that we can take? Potential opportunities of running rescue 12 hours a day as opposed to 24 hours a day?
Actually, that has been brought up by the past chief, and there is no pattern that you can follow. There is nothing that says that we get the majority of our calls between 8 and 5. They vary.
The chart on this actually does say that there is one, so I guess
if
it needs to
you
be
look at
updated.
it, and you look at, like, there's been talk of maybe putting it out there as a patrol unit. Well, what's the guarantee it's in the right spot at the right time?
I hear you. I'm just saying that according to the chart, it says here, a review of incident concurrency by time of day reveals that most occur between the hours of 9 a.m. and 7 p.m. as shown in the chart. So I was just referencing the chart in the master plan.
Can you answer that?
So one of the challenges that we're having from a RMS standpoint is that the connectivity to CAD that we are deficient in dispatch doesn't allow us to have accurate representation. One, to your first question about response times, so we couldn't give you a level of certainty to that. The other point with concurrent calls and unit utilization hours, we do have a peak, except that's referring to all the calls within the city, except the one anomaly that was different for our community is most of our structure fires happen in the middle of the night, which is when we need the effective response force and we need the OSHA 2 in, 2 out. So while we see an increase in medical calls during the day, we actually see a spike in structure fires typically around 2 o'clock in the morning. So if we downplay the rescue during the evening hours, hypothetically, we would lose our 2 out and we would lose the effective response force when we have the critical
Did you
calls.
call them and tell them to do that, Rick?
It is after 8 o'clock, so.
The other question I have for you is as well as the same as I did with the police chief, and it's grant funding, and where Santa Maria has been very, very successful, 2 stations and a ladder truck. And again, what I'm looking at, I know you guys, your plates are full, and is there an opportunity out there with FEMA grants and other that we're not really capitalizing on?
Actually, we have applied for grants, and we did apply for a grant for the retrofit, and it was by a professional grant writer, and it was refused by the federal government. They said that the building wasn't in good enough condition. We would just be throwing good money after bad. And it was also a matching grant, which means that we were going to have to come up with half the cost, which might have been pretty difficult. We've lost a few other grants that we've applied for. Right now we have a grant in with a regional grant with the county, and I believe it's also Santa Barbara City for radios, and that's a $200 and something thousand grant that we're looking at. And we have a continuing Homeland Security grant that we get every year from anywhere from $20,000 to $30,000, $40,000. So, I mean, we're pursuing grants, but like Chief Mariani says, we don't have the people to write the grants. All our grants we try to write ourselves. Brian has been making some great headway in trying to do it. A couple of other of our firefighters are making efforts to write our grants, but it's difficult to do our job and write grants.
Thank you.
And just for the public's information, in checking out Santa Maria's getting their large truck, they also have a full-time lobbyist in DC that advocated for and helped get that grant and get attention to it. So you also not only have to have professional grant writers who know how to write the grants and how to, make sure the wording's there and argue for it, but you also need advocates that are there supporting the grant as it's going through the process and draw attention to it. And we don't have that. We don't have a lobbyist either at the state level or at the federal level. So we're missing out on those opportunities to stay in front of those committees, commissions, and funders. I do not want to see you guys revert to the 1900s with buckets, so we will do everything possible to prevent that. Thank you again for this important information and for letting us know.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next department.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, citizens of Lompoc. Dirk Ishiwata, Fleet, Facilities, Parks, and Communications Manager. Excuse me. We all know, and we've been hearing about the parks, and we all see the condition. So I just wanted to give a quick overview to kind of recap our current status and to possibly clarify any misconceptions that may exist. So currently the parks, we service 14 parks. We have 9 facilities. We service 5 extensions, and we also maintain 6 open lots. We have a total of 200 acres that a staff of 6 has to maintain. It's definitely challenging by any stretch of the means. We are currently at 6 full-time staff maintenance workers with 2 rangers. If we were to hit the mark, we would be at 9.75 field positions at fully staffed. 1.75 positions are currently being held in the budget. We have 2 additional vacant positions, and as of the 29th of this month, I'm losing 1 maintenance worker to another division. So my department will be down to 5 people. Okay. That's really a hard pill to swallow for myself and my staff. They go out there every day and they try to do the best that they can because they actually live the saying of, making Lompoc have a really true quality of life. You may not see us all the time, but when you do, we're running from one end of town to the other. And whenever we receive a phone call from either a citizen or a councilman or a staff, and they have a complaint or concern, we kind of drop everything and we run over to that location. We take care of it, and then we go back to what we were doing. So it is definitely challenging. And in 2004, the Parks Division had 18 people. So that's only 15 years ago, and we're down to 6, going down to 5 on the 29th. We can't currently keep up with our daily routines. We have a written preventative maintenance plan. Since I've been with the city, we have not been able to work the plan a single day. We are in 100% reactionary mode. We're putting out fires, no pun intended, every single day. We have dilapidated playground equipment. The irrigation infrastructure is a mess. Just yesterday morning, we had a major mainline break at River Park. It took 3 people 6 hours to fix. So every time that happens, it takes away from them trying to do their own, their regular maintenance routines. Santa Maria right now, for example, Waller Park, beautiful park. They have 2 employees dedicated to that park and 1 park ranger. If I could do that here, you'd all be, I wouldn't be standing here right now. I mean, it would be pristine. But again, we're coming to a point in time with parks where we had a playground audit, and 6 structures are actually, they were recommended to be taken out. And to replace them, anywhere from $28,000 to $36,000, depending upon the size. And that would include the pour and play structure, the base on the bottom. Obviously, we were not able to do that, so don't be surprised if you start seeing playground equipment start disappearing. So I'm already anticipating all the phone calls. Again, it's a hard pill to swallow. I love Lompoc, and I really want it to be the best that it can be, and so does my employees. And you know, I have to commend fire and PD for everything that they do, and my fleet staff, they work extremely hard to make sure that public safety is taken care of for everyone here. So yes, there are old pieces of equipment, but my guys, they work tirelessly to try to make sure that those trucks and those cars are up and running every single day. But coming back to the parks, I apologize, but we cannot keep up with the demand. It's impossible for 6 people moving down to 5 to maintain 200 acres. So, does anyone have any questions at all?
Councilmember Mosby.
Is the dog show coming back?
Yes. The
Good.
dog show is coming back, and
hear.
we have the Spring Fest this weekend, and then we have a lot of work to try, and thank you, Mr. Mosby, and your volunteer staff for helping to try to do some gopher abatement. The park needs a lot more work than that, so I need volunteers that want to come and help. Give me a call. I'll be more than happy to put you to work.
I also hear that you guys are pushing forward with Prop 68 grants.
We are, same like fire and PD. We don't have someone specifically on staff to write it, but one of the challenges that we have for parks is that if we're given a grant opportunity, we have a 30-year obligation to maintain the park in its current status. And again, if we can't keep up with what we have now, adding an additional park or upgrading, you know, certain areas, I don't know what would happen if we can't deliver the responsibility portion of it that the grants outlines.
Yeah, it's a deferred maintenance up to $8 million that we could qualify for. So it's a significant chunk of money, and I thank you guys for stepping up and looking towards other revenue sources that are out there. And you know, with Waller Park's a county park, 150 acres of park. Those guys work their tails off over there doing that, like our people do as well.
Correct.
I know you're stretched thin, and you guys are doing what you can.
But they still have 2 dedicated people to the park, which we don't.
I hear you. And you guys are very busy. I know they just get done with one end and they're back on the other already.
Any further questions for staff? Thank you.
Mike Luther, Public Works Director. I just want to talk a little bit about the engineering, street maintenance, urban forestry divisions. These have a much smaller portion of the general fund, but they do have a portion of general fund funding in them. I just wanted to point out that these 3 divisions are primarily funded 97% approximately with road funds, Measure A, state gas tax, the recent SB1, state gas tax enhancement, and user fees. The 3% that the general fund is contributing approximately is used to meet the maintenance of effort requirement to be eligible to receive those other gas tax funds. So there's not really a way to reduce the general fund expenditure in these 3 divisions because you're currently just putting in the bare minimum to meet the maintenance of effort. But we have over the past years taken left, as people have left for other jobs or retired, we've kept several positions vacant in each division, as you can see there. Engineering currently has 2 vacancies. Street maintenance has 7 vacancies, and urban forestry has 4. So if you have any questions, I'd be happy to try to answer them for you.
Councilmember Mosby.
Are you going to be able to backfill some of those vacant street positions with the, remind me again, SB1 money, how much? $1 million a year? Is that what you said the other day?
It's,
Little less?
I think it's currently around 850,000. It's supposed to ramp up to around $1 million. What we're actually doing is we've reduced staff in an effort so we could do some capital projects, because we don't, we actually need to do more capital projects on the streets, as I think you saw a couple of weeks ago at the Measure A program projects staff report. You know, we're at about a $6 million deferred maintenance every year on the roads.
So you're looking at doing bigger projects as opposed to what you're doing before? Is that
Yeah, so right now with these reduced staffs and the additional SB1 funds that are coming in, we're looking at doing about $1 million a year capital project on the roads.
Thank you.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Mr. Luther, I understand that our urban forestry does not do trees in the parks, but our parks people do the trees in the parks. Urban forestry does trees on the street. Is that a true statement?
Urban forestry, that is true. Urban forestry is funded with road funds,
Sure.
which are not eligible to be used in a park. I mean, they can do trees in a park, but then parks would have to pay them for the work they did.
Okay, let's step out of the box a second. Urban forestry spends a considerable amount of time cutting trees to get into electrical lines. Would it behoove the city to have a tree crew using the park's tree equipment do nothing but specifically work on trees that are interfering with the distribution of electrical power, and we have another urban forestry crew that does all city-owned trees in parks and outside of the electrical?
I don't know the number off the top of my head what we're spending on trimming trees in the park, but I don't believe the Parks Department has aerial lifts to trim trees in the parks. I think they have to contract that out currently if they have treated.
So we don't have duplicate equipment then? But
No.
you understand what I'm saying? I think that one of the enterprises we could afford to have the urban forestry crew work, and then one that's out of the general fund. Not trying to make government complex, but looking at the funding sources here, it seems like we're redundant with not being able to trim a tree here because we're using Measure A money and we're doing all this other stuff.
Yeah, well, I mean, they can trim a tree in the park. They just can't use they can't use their normal funding source to pay for the crew to do it.
So if they trim a tree
you could fund them with general fund to go trim trees in the park. You can do that.
Okay, so electric's paying them to trim trees that are interfering with electrical lines then.
Electric does pay them to trim electrical line trees.
So I'm just saying, I think there could possibly be an efficiency found here if we looked at it. But
Yeah, but again, they're down to 2 crews on the urban forestry right now, so I don't know if they even have the capacity. I mean, I think we're pretty much at capacity now to do the electrical lines and the street trees. If you're going to add additional tasks, it's going to take additional staff.
Any additional questions? Thank you. Do I push the arrow button? Okay. I should leave it on this picture for just a little while so you can look at that adorable face. Isn't that why we're all here, you know? It's for our future. It says half pint on the milk bottle if you can't see it, which I think is just adorable. Anyway, so I'm Sarah Blyle. Please pardon my voice. I've been sick and I might start coughing and I'll try not to. Okay, so we were looking at an 8.7% budget cut. And we've made a couple of cuts in the past. And mostly we've gotten rid of things like training, ongoing education for our staff. We've cut pretty to the bone as much as possible. The only thing that's left is
cutting staff and hours, open hours. One other thing that we're looking at eliminating is our volunteer program for those learning to read English, closing the library on Mondays and laying off hourly staff. So right now, our literacy program, we have 75 learners. These are English speakers in our community who can't read very well. There is no other place in town for them to go. So those are 75 of your neighbors that can't help their kids with homework, can't read their prescriptions, can't communicate in writing, and it's a silent issue. Most people are not going to tell you that they struggle to read English, and these people we have 44 wonderful tutors that are helping them reach their goals. Some of them want to be able to take the driving test. You can't do that if you can't read the test. They want to be able to help their kids with homework. And the adult school does teach English readers as well, but you have to have some basic skills, like third grade reading level. So if you are below third grade reading level in our town, the only place to go is the library to help to learn how to read in English. Children of parents with low literacy skills have a 72% chance of being at the lowest reading levels themselves, so that just perpetuates the cycle. Children that their parents do not read well, they do not read well, they are more likely to get poor grades, display behavioral problems, have high absentee rates at school, repeat school years, drop out, or serve time in prison in the future. So the 44 tutors that we have are volunteers. We do rely very heavily on volunteer just in general in the library. We have over 100 plus volunteers that are teens and adults that donate their time. They do a lot of extra stuff at the library that just wouldn't get done if they were not there. Of course, if we close on Mondays, the biggest hit is going to be to kids. We have an average of 160 to 200 kids a day that visit the library. And of course, the schools that are closest to the library are the ones that will suffer the most. That is La Cañada, La Honda, and Fillmore. La Cañada serves 9 low-income communities, which is the highest of any of the LUSD elementary schools. So we're talking kids that already they're coming from homes that are low income. The library provides a lot of free things for them. They get to help doing their homework. They have computer time. They have the ability to expand on their education. So closing on Mondays is a problem for them. And La Cañada and Fillmore have the lowest median household income in the city. So in those 3 schools that are the closest to the library, percentage of children that qualify for free and reduced lunch, La Honda is 88.7%, La Cañada 84.5%, Fillmore 83%. And they also are some of the worst literacy scores as well in LUSD. La Cañada is very low literacy scores overall and very low for English language learners. La Honda low overall, very low for English language learners, and Fillmore low overall and then low for English language learners. Say that 5 times fast. And children just in general, if they are not reading well by 4th grade, because up until 4th grade, you're learning to read. After 4th grade, you are reading to learn. Every subject you take in school depends on your ability to read and to understand what you're reading. And they stop teaching reading in 4th grade because you should already be there. Children who do not read well are more likely to drop out of high school. High school dropouts are 3.5 times more likely to be arrested. 68% of inmates have no high school diploma. Only 20% of California inmates demonstrate a basic level of literacy. The state pays $70,000 a year to house and feed inmates, but the state only spends $10,000 a year on students, so that is an unfortunate number there. If we close on Mondays, we will also be laying off hourly staff. And hourly staff work on the front desk. They work part-time hours, and they cover all the phone calls that come in so that librarians and other of the staff can work on other things. So We have wonderful programs for kids. We'll have 400 or 500 kids show up for a program in the summer. That does not happen by accident. That is staff having time to plan it, to publicize it, and to present it. And so while they are stepped away from the desk for a couple of hours to work on that, we have hourly staff that's covering for them, checking people out, taking fines, helping people on the computers. The other thing is that we have staff that process new materials. You donate books to the library. That's great. We appreciate it. We're having a book sale this weekend. But sorry, I had to put that in there. But that hourly staff covers so that as we get donations, that the cataloger can put those into the system. They also cover so that we can apply for grants. I know we've talked a lot about grants. The library had, I don't know, $40,000 or $50,000 worth of grants this year. And that is mostly me and my staff writing them on Saturdays and Sundays or in the evenings. Sometimes when I can't sleep at night, I'm up working on grants. The hourly staff does cover to help us with those grants. Because not only do you apply for them, but you also have to monitor them, and there's tons of paperwork sometimes. And sometimes you're like, is it worth it for $10,000? But yes, it is, so you do the work. Also, they cover so that staff can collaborate and partner with outside groups. We will have schools, or we'll have some of the community groups like Amos and Asana. They would like us to come visit, or a school will have us come for a teacher night or a parent night or whatever, and staff will go to those things. And again, we support school and community events to share library information. So hourly staff covers the library when we are out doing those things in the community. We also perform outreach to underserved populations. That sometimes we're going to the Early Steps to Learning preschool to do story times, or we're doing, right now we have a couple of different things coming up, like the Senior Expo, we'll be there for that. So hourly staff really work on the desk, and we don't use them all the time. We use them as strategically and as little as possible so that we can get these extra great things done that are kind of behind the scenes from the library. You wouldn't notice it if you walked in, but a lot of the things that we have are because of the hourly staff and the rest of the staff being able to have time to do these things. So if we lay off hourly staff, there are a lot of things that we will not be able to do anymore. One will be hosting summer meals, which, as you saw in an earlier slide, we really are in a part of town that does need some help. There would be fewer programs for children, especially the STEM and STEAM programs, which is science, technology, engineering, arts, and math, that a lot of the parents and the kids ask for. There'll be a delay in getting new materials out to our library customers. We would have to cut back on our adult programming. We do have a few things that we have a pretty strong senior following, and we would have to take that out. We'd be unable to do outreach in the community. We wouldn't have the staff time anymore to collaborate and partner with outside groups like the adult school, the school district, and Healthy Lompoc, as well with others, and that we would not have the same staff ability to apply for grants and manage them. The other thing too is that we would not have staff available to interview, train, and supervise our large volunteer staff. So we still have 100+ volunteers that we rely on to do a lot of things, but training them in new tasks does take time. Supervising them, especially the teens, bless their hearts, we love them. They come every summer and they take over for a couple of months, but they do require some hand-holding because this is their first experience. So that again, hourly staff covers for the regular librarians to actually do that training and the supervising. So just as in conclusion, those are the three things that we're looking at for the 8.7% budget cut. Is eliminating our volunteer program for those learning to read English, closing the library on Mondays, and laying off our hourly staff. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions for library staff? Thank you for all the hard work you do.
I wear a double hat these days. I'm also the community development director, so keeping myself busy. I'm going to also have Mario, you can come up too. I'm going to have Mario come up here and talk about the recreation piece on here. So for the reductions that would be part of the community development division, one of them in the building division, about $19,000. The building division currently only has 2 full-time employees in it. That's the, if I get the titles right, the building official and our permit technician. We have no in-house building inspectors. So currently we have a contractual building inspector, any kind of building inspector, plan checker, building official. They're very hard to find from a contractual basis. So we currently, I hate to say it, the contractual one we have that we're able to find is about $100 an hour. So you equate that to a full-time salary, that's about $208,000 that the building inspector who works through an agency is being paid. So in order to hit that reduction for the building division, we'd have to reduce his hours by about 190 hours. Drawback is it's that many fewer plans or buildings that he's going to go out and check and permit and approve or not approve. So it's not quite as customer friendly as we're trying to get to. So that is a problem there. The other one, and I've never had to do this in my whole career, but when you talk budgets, I never like to talk personnel and someone might be leaving or not. But the way the planning staff is, they don't have any outside contracts. They don't pass anything out to a contractor. And again, if they did, it would be more expensive. But what we have here is probably a reduction in staff. Hopefully it would just be through attrition. But again, it would also be potentially a longer wait for the plan review. And as mentioned earlier in the day, we have a lot of things coming online. We have La Purisma Hills, the 44 homes. We're hoping Burton Ranch homes come through. That's another 400 and some homes. We're still talking Bailey Corridor expansion out to the west. That would be a huge, really a ground up part for planning. Just throughout the whole city, there's a lot of different things going on. So it would push back timelines on all projects coming in. For recreation, since Mario's here, I'm going to let him talk about that.
Thank you. Just a little bit about the recreation, the division. We do run the Anderson Recreation Center, the Lompoc Aquatic Center, the Dick DeWeese, and the Civic Auditorium. Most of the programs and the rentals that we do have are cost element type of cost recovery for the customers. When we are looking at staff reductions of 56,000, we do have a vacant OSA position, and we would be limiting some of our facilities for part-time personnels. The majority of our programs across the board, again, do have a cost recovery element to them. The programs that you see up there are more of the free or low cost to the public, the quality of life. One would be the elimination of our youth commission. We would be very that would be very disheartening to do that. They do the wonderful work year-round. They put in a lot of work. They engage our youth in Lompoc. They put together a quality, the conference, our total conference for teens. And again, that engages about 100 kids. We bring in the guest speakers. The other one would be the elimination of our summer drop-in program that is at the Anderson Recreation Center during the summer. That's an opportunity for the summer. Then that we bring in from 1 o'clock to 5:30. It's an element that the community and families that they look forward to. It's a place when the school's out. It's a place for the kids to come and learn. We have events for them. It's low cost. $30 a week. You can have your son or daughter there. We have second child the discounts, and kind of how the library spoke. We do house a free lunch program for the community, so we wouldn't be able to offer that the location at the Anderson Center. So we have over probably on a daily basis 100 to 125 people that come in and eat for free that are 18 and under throughout the summer, so we wouldn't be able to do that. we would have to turn that time into a revenue-producing time. So we would look at renting out the Anderson Recreation Center throughout the summer during those afternoon times. Eliminate special event funding. Some of the fun things that we do around town. This weekend coming up, we have the Easter egg hunt out at River Park, our movies in the park, some free swim days. Those again would be opportunities that then we wouldn't be able to host to the community. Eliminate our community education funding. It's been brought up in other budget workshops about the marketing of our programs, and that funding line item does a lot of that for our banners, radio spots and other things, different elements, so we can bring in people to our events and put our facilities out there. Our facilities don't have built-in marketing funds for that, so we try to do as much as we can. Our recreation, the division, we have 5 full-time staff, and we bring in nearly about $1 million we generate on an annual basis. We always look for different elements on funding. One element then that we implemented a few years ago was our passports, and then that has done well for us on the recreation, the division, and we'll continue to look for new ways to be able to bring in the revenue so we can keep our programs safe and low funding and affordable for the community on a year-round basis. But that would be a dramatic hit to our the division. And again, wanted just to commend the other departments. One is our Parks Division for Dirk and his crew. This weekend at our Spring Fest, the Easter egg hunt, our youth sports programs are going on in all our parks, and that they always find a way just to get it done and looking good for the weekend. So again, thanks to the Parks, the division, for getting that done. If there's any questions.
Any questions for either community development or recreation underneath community development? Seeing none?
Trying to remember what the next one. Let's see. There we go. So that was the last slide of the departments, and yes, it says in our policies not to do across the board, but I needed to get across the magnitude that we're facing today. It is extreme. One of the things that we don't have in here, and I was remiss, and it came up the other day, is there are programs. This is sort of a status quo budget. What is it today? How can we keep funding it? One of the things, and I did send out, I believe I sent it out to council, was stating that what I didn't include was the need to, if we decide to go down that path, the need to continue funding the riverbed cleanup and patrolling with the police officers. That alone, our estimate is about a little over $500,000 a year. So a 2-year budget, you're roughly talking just slightly over $1 million. So instead of a $3.8 million budget, you're looking at $4.9 million. So that's something we need to take into account as we continue to move forward.
Would you like to use this as a stopping point for potentially a 10-minute break and then come back, or is there any more wrap-up on the...
Yeah, we can do that right now.
Okay. So given it's a lot of information and all of us might need a chance to go to the loo up here, we'll take a brief 10-minute break so that we can each get there, and then we'll reconvene. Thank you. All right. Thank you. You're welcome. And we'll bring council special meeting back to order and return the discussion to our city manager if he is ready to continue. And we will call the meeting to order and continue the discussion.
All right. Thank you, Mayor and Council. And trying to find where I was. So what the plan was when we were going through all of this is to show the gravity of the situation, because we are in a position of big cuts. Doesn't matter how you want to look at it. There are going to be some very substantial cuts. I also started to go down the path that the other one that I did not have in there, we didn't have originally, was the cost for the riverbed, the patrolling and the cleanup. About $500,000 a year to do that. So for the 2-year cycle, it'd be about $1 million. And so we just need to decide if we're going to be going forward with that. Something else that is very critical to understand is when the public safety is 80 to 85% of the total general fund budget. That leaves a very small piece of pie to fix everything else off of if nobody wanted to touch the general fund. So to give you an idea, if we have $3.8 million to the $4 million, if we relieved, laid off, terminated every single person that works for the general fund of any kind in this building, that's only $1.3 million. Then you'd have to go to the library, and that's $6 million. So you're at not quite $2 million, and you've already closed down a building that does your paychecks and HR and everything else back here, and then there's no library. And I was trying to do it during the break, and I lost track of what the other ones were. But by the time you go through to get to that $4 million, you've had to also go over and hit recreation. Parks, I think once you add parks, you pretty much hit everything there, and you can cover it. But now you've pretty much closed everything down with trying to fit it all in that last little wedge of the pie. So I'm going to throw it out there. Do you want to go that route with the across-the-board cuts? I'm just going to see if council liked what they saw, and if it is, it makes it easy for the council or the staff. We can go forward and put a budget together, or we can keep moving on.
Well, I, for one, do not want to see the drastic cuts in any of the departments that were proposed, and would like to find a better route to dealing with the debt that is being created that we have to deal with. And dealing with it one time in one budget cycle is not actually dealing with it. So I would hope that the rest of council sees a need to address this at a larger perspective with a longer lens on how we address this. So I'll put it forward to council. Do you want to continue with the majority direction for cuts to all of the general fund departments as a way to resolve the debt, or is there reconsideration for direction?
Well, actually, I was just saying that version of the reductions. We have a couple others that we can go through.
Okay. Councilmember Starbuck.
I'll be a devil advocate here and say, what if a tax measure is put on the ballot and it fails? Then we're going to be in this position. So I think it behooves us to look at the worst case scenario that we've been looking at. One of the things that I thought these computers were out here for was that we could look at how we could make reductions. One of the things I didn't notice here was the extremely inflated staff. I feel there's been no reduction. Why don't we take 15% from the department heads and apply it to public safety? There's no mention of the council saying we want to decrease public safety or shut the library on Monday. There's shit all over Facebook from the city of Lompoc with these threats. Personally, I feel it's very insubordinate. This shouldn't have never happened. It's propaganda. This is business to find out. What is our bottom line? What is the worst case scenario? That's what needs to be looked at. From there is when the taxes will be decided, or what you would do to enhance the revenue. It's fiscally responsible for us to look at it that way. I don't know why we would look at Facebook to see what a budget cut would do, but if you want to believe this, it's been all over, and that's what probably brought most people here. So I would like to go ahead and see what our worst-case scenario is. And then when it's out there, if we need to sell the community on a tax or push it, that's what we have. We have our baseline. We can only go up from that.
Okay.
City manager.
I was going to say, what you just saw was what I would consider a worst case, but we can take that pie and cut it different ways to come up with a worst case. Worst case is we have to come up with, if we're going to do the riverbed, a $4 million or 4 point whatever million dollar reduction.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah, I'd like to address the riverbed again then. No reimbursement coming from anybody on this. I feel if we were going to be reimbursed by Department of Fish and Wildlife, the County of Santa Barbara, the state, whoever, they would have done it. There's been no movement by anybody outside of this valley to assist us. We're burned. We got burned on this money.
We have invoiced the county. We haven't heard back from them, so.
It's probably lost, I'll be candid with you. I doubt we do. But I think the only cure for that now is to turn our kids loose in four-wheel drive vehicles and motorcycles down there, and we get the sheriffs to get back down there. That's, you hate to say it, but they're not doing anything to help us, and we can't afford to keep doing it. It's a horrible catch-22 for us. Do I think it's worth another $1 million? I mean, I don't know at this point, no. Turn it into an open shooting range and a motocross track in my eyes, but that's my personal opinion on that. I don't know. I don't think that the water fund should continue to sustain the cleanup of camps in the riverbed. It's just not what the water fund's there for. It's for infrastructure and improvements.
And that's why I have it I'm saying it's general fund going forward, not the water fund.
Absolutely not out of the general fund.
Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, what are you doing for $500,000 a year? How many people are you employing to do this patrol or whatever you're doing?
Well, $500,000 would be the police, or $250,000 roughly would be the physical people going in doing the cleanup, trimming, brush removal, and all of that for that stretch of property. The other one, that's 2 patrols, so 2 people in, 2 people out. So a total of 4.
And what, maybe Mr. Albrook can tell me, what kind of revenue are we bringing in from River Park? I mean, the river was part of River Park. I mean.
So the revenue for River Park's about 270 to 300, depending on the occupancy.
My suggestion would be that whatever money's coming in from River Park should continue to maintain River Park and should go towards patrolling.
The only downside, you'd be taking it from the general fund. The campground is actually an extension of the general fund.
Right. Well, from the campground, because the campground's bringing revenue in, campground should pay to maintain its own park. That's my suggestion.
I think for clarity, though, you're saying it's already in the general fund and it's being used?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's already in the pool of general fund. It's not in a separate section that's not being used. So it's already part of the funding.
It's been set aside in the
We do track it separately so we can see what the costs and stuff are, but it rolls up into the general fund.
At the end of the year, because you've been holding it separate for at least 2 years.
We did. We took it a couple of years ago. We took it out of the enterprise funds and turned it into the general fund because it's. We were told by a number of authorities that it's really an extension of the general fund and parks.
So you just now started rolling that up? Is that what you're saying?
2017. I think we did it in 2016.
So what I believe I'm hearing from staff is that you tonight have presented us with our potentially worst-case scenario. Moving forward, there are a couple of options tonight as to how we can move forward, and you have a few suggestions, one of them being the laptops that we each have. So why don't you run through those particular options?
So, thank you, Mayor. So what we're thinking next is similar when we did the appointment for the most recent council member. We used a star voting system. We thought, that worked well. What if we were to try that again? So in the laptops that are up on the dais, once they're up and running, and Dean can actually work through this a little bit better, it actually has a variation of the budget model that was out on the website for everybody. And it hears about all the reductions that you just heard from the departments, but it actually has more on it, more than just what the department said. So the idea is for council at this point to go through individually and tick off that, yes, I think we can reduce here, not here, and it has a running total at the top to see what that gets you to on the last page. If you want to do that, that's one way to do it too. And then at the end, you'd submit it, it prints it out, we'd compile everything, and then we can put it up on the screen to see if everybody's choices, just like when they were voting on the star, what it got us to.
Councilmember Vega.
I'd like to refer to the city attorney as far as putting the council and making them give their hypotheticals. What's your take on that as far as budget cuts, and if that's normal, customary, or if that's, is that going to be of assistance here to the city, or is that a negative?
It's ultimately the council's decision to decide what numbers are in the budget and what cuts are going to be made or not made. So it's completely fine for the council to be the one that makes those decisions. I think, as we all know, it's not necessarily customary. What's customary is for staff to present a budget and the council to either adopt it or not adopt it, or to tweak it how they wish. But how you proceed forward now, whether using the laptop system or something else, is completely up to the council.
Well, I do concur with Councilman Starbuck here that we need to look at the other scenarios, because we've been here before with a hypothetical tax measure. In the instance that it does not pass, I think we should look at the alternatives and see which direction we need to go in, because we're going to be stuck with that if it doesn't pass.
Okay, we worked up, and it's on, again, it's on the budget model. So we worked up what I would consider my choices for the reductions. You want to throw that up on the screen? No, we're not going to do the computer. In just a second. So a couple notes here I had. So as we're moving forward, what we're going to do is have the budget model up here. It's preloaded with what I'd gone through and said, here's, if we're going to be doing these reductions, here's what I think it would do. And we got close to a balanced budget. And it's hard to see up here. As we're going through, this is an area where then I would like to ask council, if you're good with these, we can keep moving on and moving on and moving on. So I can't, it's hard even for me to see this. So the first one there, as we went through, we had a reduction in the Chamber of Commerce support, maintained the Human Services contribution, reduced the Lompoc Museum by about 50%, maintained the C3H contribution, and removed the crossing guard contribution. So what I was going to plan on doing here is, if you had discussion, questions, if there's an agreement, we can move on. If not, we can make changes right here. It's a live model. I'll leave it up to your council's decision, which way you want to go.
Councilmember Starbuck.
Yeah. Mr. Albro, could you put on the part where we could take, say, a 10% reduction on department heads? See what that would save us, vice what we're taking away from the public?
We could. That would take quite a while, but I could do that.
How long is a while?
Not tonight.
There we start.
Let me explain it. If I could, it's not that simple. Every single person is allocated lots of different ways. Myself, I have 6 different allocations. So in order for me to calculate what the general fund effect would be, I'd have to go through every single methodology and figure out mine and then go through every single one.
It's only 8.7%.
Yeah.
So we're not able to go ahead and do anything about
No, we could
management's wages, but we're going to continue to go with the worker aspect of this, is the path that we're heading down with this model here.
It's your budget, sir.
Pardon?
It's your budget, sir. I'm just proposing an opportunity there's 6
Right,
pages
but I
where you
mean,
can choose
we're
what
not
you want to
able
cut.
to look at any of the upper staff here. What we're looking at is the Chamber of Commerce, a museum, an art gallery. We're going to go to the next slide, and that's going to be what? What's the next slide following this one?
Yeah.
You want us to say, yeah, it's okay to do this, and let's go to the next slide. What is our next slide going to be?
Just hit the next button. Oh, no.
Oh, this is adding sales tax and all, but see, here again, we have not gone to where the highest amount of fat is in this budget.
So, Brad Wilkie, former finance director and utility director. I think one of the questions you're asking is how much more would the general fund receive to offset these with a 10, 15%?
That's not what I'm asking. What I'm asking is if we took somebody that's making $150,000 a year and we lowered their pay to $140,000, what will that save us? Next question will be, when we extrapolate that out, what would our PERS savings be at 2032 by doing that movement?
So
these are little pittance numbers that we're talking about with the chamber, the museum, getting rid of 3 firemen, getting rid of 4 police officers. This is not the direction that the council, I think, wants to go in.
So I'll use myself as an example.
Good idea.
Reduce my pay. It cannot go to general fund services. I'm in the utilities. Your question about the unfunded liability for pensions, reducing somebody's salary, you have to remember that the formula for 2.7 is 2.7% per year times the number of years that you're in service, multiplied by your highest 12 months pay. So by reducing this, by reducing a number by 10, 15%, that high pay doesn't go down. That high pay is already set in stone for pensions. In my case, half of my service career has been with another PERS agency. PERS is a system. Many people go from one agency to another agency and continue to create credits with that agency. The cost that this city has incurred on me is the 2.7 times the number of years I've been here times the 12-month high salary. Some of that's going to be charged off to my former city because my high salary was not that level in my prior city.
Understand that. Realizing that Lompoc also has 100 floaters and PERS out there that we don't know our liability on them either.
That's not true. So for an example, our former assistant city manager had PERS years here, and she was generating an amount for her pension here, but her time is also her highest year in her compensation, wherever she is. So when she went to Selma, her compensation that's going to be based on the 2.7% here is going to be based on that compensation that she's receiving in Selma. So the fact that she had a lower pay here, she still will receive that higher benefit because she went to somewhere else within the PERS system that has her highest pay.
Well, I'll refer to somebody that started in streets here. They worked here for 5 years and they transferred someplace else, and now they are in charge of public works. We don't know this. We don't know where that person that worked in streets is for 5 years. But I mean, this is menial.
But PERS does. PERS knows where they are.
PERS does, but we don't know the number. We don't even know our actual number that we owe PERS.
It's in our valuation every single year. They track people that are active. They track people that are separated. They're tracking people that are transferred to other agencies. PERS has that number.
Okay. What is it for us then?
That's the $58 million that's in there for the miscellaneous plan. That's what the $58 million is.
So we hit those, okay, we're not getting anything with this, but I think we're missing the whole boat on what's going on here, though.
So my understanding in the request from Councilmember Starbuck is he's looking for a straight across cut from management level, and that is difficult because many of the management levels are not paid directly out of general fund. They're paid at different percentages across different revenue streams, whether it be enterprise funds or the general fund, and that percentage could vary person to person based on how much each of their salary is paid out of those different funds. So while it could be done, it is very complex and needs some time. And then the second part of that is, what are the legal implications to reducing somebody's salary that has already been negotiated and is part of a HR package that I believe would need to be renegotiated as part of employment? Is that potentially an impact?
Well, it is true that most of the directors, or all potentially, have contracts. And those are legally binding agreements for their salary. So in order to make the reductions to those positions that have contracts, the employees would need to agree to the reductions and an amendment to their contract.
Thank you for that clarification. Councilmember Cordova.
So I feel like we started out painting an actual picture of what our current situation is, and I would like to try and maintain a positive approach to trying to resolve this, because I think that if we go back to a method of attacking one side or the other, I don't feel like we're going to get anywhere. And I feel like Lompoc is much better than that. And I think that the community is here because they care enough to try and solve this issue. So I want to just remind people of that. A unified approach towards solving this problem is what we need. So we just heard from department heads that stated how hard they work to make things happen with the limited staff and resources that they have, with the outdated equipment and the lack of equipment that they work with every day. As an employer, reducing or asking employees to take a pay cut is not something that I would personally do. However, I think that what my counterparts or my fellow council members are also saying is we would like to see, we heard from the departments, now we would like to hear from the administrative staff. What are you willing to kick in? What are we saying here? Because if we're not hearing anything from the administrative staff or that's saying, you know, do we need to go to furloughs at least on you know, 1 day a week or twice a month or whatever the case is. But what I don't want to send is a message to our departments where we just said, thank you for the hard work, but can you take a pay cut? Because we want you to do it again, and we want you to do it with less money now. That's not the message I want to personally send. So simply cutting, though, is not the solution in my book. We have to find ways to be able to generate this money. And if we're going to put a tax measure out to the public, I just think that it needs to be a responsible tax measure. Because telling the public that they need to pitch in and they need to pay taxes, but then we're going to decide how that money is going to be spent is irresponsible. I'm not going to stand in the way, and I've said it to many people in this community, I will not stand in the way of the public of their right to choose if they want taxes. But what I will advocate for is responsible, a responsible tax measure.
So, Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, I think one of the complications is if you heard kind of management had two opinions here. One was that any tax measure that should go through should definitely be locked into a pension, paying off a pension obligation, and then you could have it cost a family $134 a year, they could save $200 a year through utility. I think you had that, and you also heard a statement made by the city manager that you could hire new positions. One of the difficulties we have and why we are where we are is because we did create some new positions over the last 6 years. We did recently give up an equivalent over the last budget, correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. Albro, but close to $2 million in raises, in general fund raises over the last budget. So that's one of the reasons why we were told we could afford those raises. Now, there are different definitions of afford, and I think what we have to do now is find the ways to afford them. And one of the ways that I look at affording something with a corporate mentality is kind of the last in, first to trim components. And there were a lot of interesting things that happened after the real crisis of 09-10 budget that they had. They had a $5.5 million shortfall, and revenues were declining. and they got through it, and they fixed it. And kudos to Laurel Barcelona out there for digging in and doing it. They had some battles to get through it. But I think some of the ideas and the creative programs that came through in the earlier years, we need to reconsider them and to see if these are things that are working. Not saying that they're not good ideas, but are the things that we need to set aside for a while until these other revenues. We have opportunities for new revenues coming in. With the cannabis revenues, I believe you're looking at over $1 million a year coming in once everything gets going on the tax components with them. You have 28 to 30 businesses coming in. A number of them are paying solid in the manufacturing distribution components. So potentially down the road, there are revenues coming in to offset, potentially bring things back and also pay for raises in the future. There's also grant funding that I've mentioned before. Granted, it's not money until it's in the bank. But I think what we have to do is we need to pay for some of those raises that we did. Now, PD the last time stepped up solid and held 3 positions to help offset those raises. And I really appreciate them. They stood strong for that 9% raises that we stepped up and gave them. I think anything that we should do, any new revenues that come back in, we backfill and fill those positions would be the first positions that get filled with any of the cannabis revenues coming in, and the opportunities to backfill positions. That one savings opportunity there is almost $300,000 a year that they've provided to help pay for the raises they got. Is that correct, Mr. Albro?
Sure, he's talking about
That the 3 positions that were held, PD held,
yeah,
approximately $300,000, $289,000
per year.
Yes. So you had, we have a code enforcement that went from a small little code enforcement component, went to a very large code enforcement component. I think we're about $350,000 a year we're spending on code enforcement, correct? And that's all general fund revenues, correct?
It's general fund.
All right. So originally when the council designed it, and looking back historically, it was an RDA funded component. That RDA went away, and then it got rolled into general fund, and it went from this to that. So I think that needs to be pulled back. You can take $300,000 out of that component again. The other component that you had was the economic development division that was established. And at its peak, it was nearly $700,000 a year. Again, that was one that had an RDA funding. I think there were CDBG monies originally in its design. And then it became a morphed component where it's about 1/3 general fund and about 2/3 funded by the utilities, which the utilities would like a little more money back as well, I believe. But you could get probably, including the public information officer that was rolled up in it, then it went under administration. But you could probably get somewhere around $150,000 a year out of that component. You've got do we have any modification and movements in steps or what do you call scales? Upper management has scales, is that correct?
It's still the same.
What do they call it? Not a step, it's a...
They're control points?
They're control points. So in your budget, are you anticipating any movements in those? Are those...
Control points are like a step for an employee. If they perform well, they can get merits just like any
But in your
other
budget
employee.
calculation and your estimate, are you anticipating steps and control point movements?
No, not right now. Most of the general fund executive staff, like you talk about, are all new.
No, I'm talking about steps as well.
I mean, if you walk through it, the average for the executive staff right now is like 6 months. And every single one in the general fund is not even in tier 1.
I'm just asking if they're in your budget. If
No,
you have,
they're not.
you don't have those movements in there, so how were those anticipated to be paid for?
You'd either have to have the savings if you want to offset it, or you'd have to take it out of fund balance.
Or some, hopefully, more revenues that are coming in.
Mhm.
Okay. I think that gets us close to $1 million in that movement. Likewise, okay, another one with planning staff. Currently, right now, we're sitting in 5 positions in planning. I think it's about $550,000 a year. And a reduction of planning staff by $200,000 back where we were with Lucille's roughly a budget cycle ago. And that in itself would give you you're at $1 million, little over $1 million. That's almost $1.3 million right there. One thing I would ask, I know you'd have to potentially open up negotiations with fire. They might not be willing to work with us here, but to suspend the F-step, I think it's about $220,000 of the F-step, with a 2% certification pay. It's almost $300,000 there, knowing that we went in under good faith, anticipating having the monies to pay it. But the difficulty was, we didn't really have the monies to pay it, but understanding that would be the second thing we backfill with new revenues coming in. Just simply because the fact, I mean, you're not anticipating the cannabis tax revenues at any significant level, are you?
We're doing it based upon what we're seeing and what we can measure, just that in general accepted accounting
So it's
principles.
bare minimum.
It's pretty decent, but I don't want to go into what the details are because
Well-
we only have one right now.
Sure. With those movements, you could get at $1.3 million. You don't touch the parks, you don't touch the libraries, you don't take any more PD that's already set aside. They're still getting their 9% raises. They become the first back in. I know fire, whether they want to or not, I would hope that they'd want to work with us to get through this. And hopefully it would be only a 6 months to a year that we could be back in that position, that we have the monies to cover it. And you're sitting at, like I said, touching some of the newest things that we did. We anticipated that we could pay for raises that we passed out. It looks like we couldn't necessarily pay with cash, and we had to be a little more creative and extend these things a little bit. And I think, I've asked this question before. I know at one time we had 3 battalion chiefs. We went to 4 with the putting out the fire marshal position. It's an expense that we thought we could pay for. It's difficult to have all that. I know it's 75 to 100% self-funded, but it was another one that happened within the last 4 to 5 years. Because I believe it was under, when Latipow was here, he was the fire chief and acting as the fire marshal, and we had the deputy underneath him. I believe we had an acting battalion chief was acting that way. And what I'm trying to do is get here to get as painless as possible and try to work together. And again, as we get revenues coming in and new revenues coming in, we offset. Do you have anticipated the extra overtime at fire department? What level did you put that out in the budget?
Just like I said before, I put all the services back to full service, what our service levels are, and the deficit is from full service to what we have coming in.
Okay.
And almost every single one that you've talked about is actually in your model that we were hoping that you guys could actually go through.
I got you. And I'm saying so you can get there relatively fast to get to that $1.3 to $1.6 million with that. Just a lot of it is setbacks to where we were just a couple of years ago. And I think I hit without a lot of pain and suffering.
I would like to say if I can get a copy of that, because I think some of my numbers don't jive to those numbers. So I'd like to see where the differences are.
So I believe, if I understand correctly, that you had pages prepared for us that we could either agree or disagree with some of those cuts, that some of the cuts proposed by Councilmember Mosby are potential options in some of the tabs of that particular presentation. Secondly, I just hear us repeating a mistake we already made in the last 17-19 budget. We're trying to nickel and dime ourselves out of a debt that is actually twice the size that it was last time. And how far are we into our reserves?
My caution is if we keep sitting on our hands, that debt's growing.
Mm-hmm.
And my prediction is, based upon the market, it's probably going to be about 90, 92 million. That's going to shoot up to 120, and it's going to cripple. 2 more budget cycles, my guess, and it doesn't matter what you guys do, you won't be able to pay it off.
So my concern is...
The only thing you'll be able to do is get a sales tax to try and get police and fire. The debt will be too big, the interest will be too much for us to take on.
So again, I hear what Councilmember Mosby is saying, and yes, he was successful at finding $1.8 million the last budget cycle, and we did nothing but a cut, and all we did was address the current issue. What I'm hearing this time, again, is $3.6 million, and that is all general fund debt. And no matter how we cut, we are still not solving the long-term problem. If we cut ourselves out of this cycle, it's only this cycle, and as you just said, that debt increases, and we're doing nothing to address it, and we'll get to the point where the cuts aren't possible anymore, and we are totally upside down in any ability to provide any level of service. So the best resolution tonight that I can see is to potentially go through each of the screens, and if there's a majority that agrees with or has input for potential cuts or to remove those cuts, that it at least deliver more directive to staff than the randomness of a list that's 1.3, which potentially already is in this, the randomness of 15% cut across the board. Again, we need to provide better direction than just give us the worst case scenario, because I believe we heard it tonight. And I think that what staff is saying is that to put that burden back on them is wrong, because we've been elected the decision makers, and we want you here to contribute to that discussion. You are here, you are contributing, we are hearing you, and it's going to be a difficult and rough road, even if we put a tax measure on the ballot. From all of my trials and errors with the spreadsheet that is actually on the city website, not the new one that's got additional potential cuts, is it still cuts. It still cuts despite having a tax measure on the ballot. And the question I had for you was, we have dipped into our general fund, and we continue to dip into it. And if we don't do anything except cuts, I believe we will exhaust our general fund reserve right now, correct?
Well, based on the fact that we keep accelerating the amount of positions we're holding, and we're still clipping along at about 600,000 a year at the service levels that we're trying to maintain, even holding, I think, like I said, 24 positions vacant last year, and we're still clipping at 600,000 deficit. We're probably going to have about 1.8, so 3 years will be out of fund balance.
Okay. So again, we have two choices tonight. We can either sit here and each nickel dime through things and give advice to staff of where we each think we see cuts. We can go through a very well researched and prepared presentation that allows us to discuss potential cuts and respect the knowledge and experience that our staff has, or we can decide that, yes, make a few cuts and move forward as soon as possible to put a potential tax measure on the ballot and let the community vote. And if the community says, absolutely no way in hell, I'm not doing that, then you've all signed up to the extreme cuts you've seen tonight presented. But it's still the community's voice to that vote. So I personally feel irresponsible by just saying, we continue to ask you to put more work into continuing to show us the worst case scenario. And oh, by the way, here's another thing to add to that worst case scenario. So I'm asking council one of two things tonight. Either move forward through this spreadsheet and provide more specific direction to council, or take a step back and potentially come up with a balanced solution that is put to the public for a vote. Councilmember Mosby.
I'm just going to ask you if you had an opportunity to read our guidelines that we're supposed to be going by or not.
Absolutely.
Okay, so number 12 says administrative and operational efficiency should be maximized before it's pursuing new tax revenue. So do you feel that we've accomplished that level?
I think tonight they proved that we are, given that prior to the statement we received from CalPERS, we're in excess of $2 million. So again, our staff isn't unaware of the situation. They are desperately trying to improve the workloads. They are trying to turn things around. Two in the building department are turning around plans, and when our contracted building inspector, who is only here a few days a week, and when they don't get to it, our in-house staff goes out and is unable to actually review plans and approve it. So again, we're losing money, even though it's cost reimbursement, and even though we pass that bill on, our local businesses are paying even more for that contract building inspector to come and do things and only be here maybe a day or two and then turn around and come back into the building and handing our building department, hey, I didn't get to 16 of these inspections. See you next week. And if we want to move forward on it, we have to send our internal individual out to do those inspections, which takes that person away from the workload on their desk, which then slows down the next business from getting theirs done. So again, this idea that we want to be business friendly, we want economic development, we want those housing initiatives, we want those business initiatives, it's really dangerous to start cutting staff that's doing that, because those things you're talking about generating revenue won't get up and running sooner, won't be here, won't be paying those taxes, and that revenue won't appear. So again, it really is about proof was here tonight. I really compliment staff on proving that they are working really hard, really trimming the budget. I think they're doing it efficiently, given without CalPERS, we'd have a $2 million surplus.
I never mentioned cutting anything in the building department, by the way, so. The other number 14 says, new services should not be added nor existing services expanded unless they are highly valued by the community and their willingness to pay for them. So we've added some things on. We gave some raises out. We wouldn't be here right now. I mean, things would be more complicated in the other departments if we didn't give out the $2 million in raises. So we stepped into this big puddle.
But
we
they
need to
were
back out of this
mandated.
puddle.
I mean, again, you read that it was an expected thing by our community that we maintain our public safety, and part of maintaining and retention is to pay a salary, so it was
correct.
an issue that we needed to address.
And that's what I'm saying, is we're now addressing it by relinquishing some of the good ideas the previous councils had, saying that it's more important to fund the public safety components than these other components. And that's what I'm saying right now. And that gets us to the $1.3 million or $1.6 million. And with a few other things that we have up here, I think we can get to the number relatively easy.
Any more comments, or are you done? So I can give the floor to another council person. Thank you. Councilmember Cordova.
So for clarification for me, I completely understand what Councilmember Mosby is saying, that the ideas or the changes or the cuts that he's proposing, we didn't see that up there. All we saw was cuts in police, cuts in fire, cuts in library, and that's not what the council's saying. That's the only thing that we want. So what I think the council is asking for, or what some of the council members are asking for, is show us also what are the other ways that we can make some cuts. What are the responsible ways? Because what I'm hearing is that even if we go through with the tax measure, we still may not be fully funded. And we still may have a shortfall. That means that we still have to work together to come up with an additional solution. Just the tax will not be a solution. Just the cuts will not be a solution. Now, I did say that as an employer, I wouldn't take back somebody's pay. That's not something I would do. But I would do a rate freeze. And I'm not hearing that as a solution, and I know that I've mentioned that before. I requested an organizational chart that shows every single department, every single position, and every single salary associated with those, and I have yet to receive it, and I've been on this dais now going on 3 months. So it's very important that I think we try to again, come together and understand that we need to find the solution together. What we were told 2 years ago in the last budget season, that it was an inflation of we're going to have this much revenue and we're going to be able to afford these raises. Guess what? Short of saying it was a lie or it was inflated. It's all the same thing to me. As a resident of this community, I'm saying I was told something that was unrealistic and it wasn't met. So what our approach today is to try and have a more realistic approach. That's what, as a council, we're trying to provide.
Councilmember Starbuck.
I'm going to mention that over the years, this council, the council of many, we've raised fees, we've added new fees, we've tried to recover cost of service. Obviously, it hasn't been enough. We've raised utility rates, which if we didn't have our utilities, the general fund, we would be sunk. We take a lot of money out of our enterprises to backfill our general fund. We have an enterprise reimbursement that's actually being phased in right now. I'll quote our staff a few years ago on this one. The formula will provide $1 million for public safety expenditures, representing either 11 entry police officers or 12 entry-level firefighters. Wonder where that money went for that. I wonder where the money for the fees is. there's so much that I've been told, but show me the money now. Oh, let's take it from the museum.
Mr. Albro, I'm sure that our CAFR report actually reflects the transfers between the reimbursement fees that come in and where they're actually being applied in the general fund, and that those are well documented because it has to be.
All those are costs that they're reimbursed in the general fund for costs that they're having. There may be discussions, and we could talk about that later, but there's methodology behind that. And it's the same kind of methodology if someone wanted to come in and add it onto their house. We're going to charge them because they're making a cost to us, and we're going to provide that service, and the state code says we can charge a reasonable borne cost back. And that's the same thing we do with the enterprise funds.
Correct, but what I'm saying is that our CAFR actually reflects all of that money and where it's been applied within the general fund. There are the different accounts.
We publish it separately, and we do publish everything. Everything that we do is transparent and it's available.
Okay, so there's no hidden fund hidden somewhere where we're hiding money that isn't available and isn't being discussed and isn't going to suddenly be discovered. It's documented, it's audited, it's present in our CAFR budget analysis. Okay. So what I'm hearing is that there isn't a desire to run through this spreadsheet this evening. I've heard a request for additional cuts across management to be evaluated. I've heard a request for 1.3 million in reduction proposed by Councilmember Mosby. I hear, I'm sure, another input from Councilmember Starbuck as soon as I hear it. Is there any clarification from you, City Manager Troop, as to what is missing from the discussion that you will need to bring back to us?
No, I mean, if there's any other input, that would be good. I just, I've been doing this for 30 years, well-versed in all kinds of public and private budgets. So in this case, because it's not hey, we'll just cut a little here, we'll move a little bit there. This is a very big budget crisis we're in. This is something that, as Dean was saying earlier, we're reaching that point of no return on trying to fix the problem. So we have to make some tough decisions. And I'm hearing, and we'll go back and look at this, but I guess I'm not saying it correctly, is when 80 to 85% is general fund, public safety, that small little wedge that's left, that's the part that I'm hearing, don't touch public safety, but fix it on the backs of that small wedge. And I mathematically don't know how that's going to happen. Furloughs, we've talked furloughs before internally. They sometimes work. They're not always the best because of the way police and fire have to work. Then it's a reduction in pay to them versus a furlough. People are off, those that are not, fire and police. I just need to go over what Mr. or Councilmember Mosby said and verify for me, so I have a better comfort to make sure they're the correct numbers. If there's anything else, I can go back and look at it. I thought what we had up here, there's so many different places to remove or reduce. I'd be open for, if you want to, I'll look at the city attorney. If individually you want to send me, look at this, I can take that under advice and come forward. But
City attorney advice on individual feedback to city manager not held in public comment or a majority support.
Individual council members can provide comments to the city manager at any time they'd like.
Okay, thanks for that clarity. Councilmember Starbuck.
I'm going to make just a couple of comments. One of them is, I'm not sitting up here like a stone. I realize that at some point we're probably going to have some type of an augmentation to our revenue. Like I say, due diligence is important to me, that we look at every stone that we uncover. Am I ready to jump up and down and say a full 1% for 30 years? No. A quarter for 8, something, but it's not off the table with me. I will mention again how we would be sunk without our enterprises. We have our electrical, they're in some kind of a pilot program, aren't they? What does our electric pay to do business in Lompoc? to the general fund. Isn't it around $4 million?
It's around $2 million a year, so $4 million a budget, yes.
Yeah, and that's just out of our electric that we flip back into the general fund. So I'm just going to say that there's a lot of revenue that's being hidden. And I don't want to use the word hidden. I don't think it's intentionally hidden, but part of enterprise reimbursement, a lot of this money is there, but where's it going?
It is going to the general fund to be used, and that's the problem we have here in this city is we're I hate to say it, a lower income city. If you look at other cities, their cities won't be 80%, 85%, of the general fund. Some have higher because they have a higher percentage or ratio of fire and police, but we run into an issue where we don't bring in enough money. So it's not, in my opinion, it's not that they're overpaid, it's not that we have too many, it's just the ratio of our per capita is so much lower. So if you were to look, and I'll use the Santa Maria, so they're bringing in $19 million a year with their new 1 cent sales tax. We bring in 5, give or roughly 5. Yeah, so they're a little more than twice our size. So if they're bringing in 19, you cut it in half, it's 9.5 right there. To get it back closer to where we are, their per capita level is so much higher. When you look at Santa Barbara, so much higher. So when this transfers in, it's not that it's just being spent frivolously. It's going to make all of the salaries of that little wedge that's left, the 15-20%. So it's all going in there to do that. So that's why when we've talked before that fire and police, they use 120% of the general fund tax revenue that comes in. Wait, how can you have more than 100%? They also use some of that funding that comes over from the different places because we don't have enough tax revenue to cover that. So it is coming in, some of it goes to the fire and police, and then everything else will go to fund all of the back of the house, we'll call it. Library, finance, HR, all the other pieces. So it's not hidden, it's in the books, and it just looks strange because it's coming over. But if that was removed, then our deficit here of the 3 point whatever is, we'll just add another 2 million, and then you go, okay, now what do we do? It's really bad.
Councilmember Cordova.
Another idea. I know that we've talked about, and Councilmember Mosby has brought up the fact that the raises that went into effect, and it's my understanding that a lot of these positions moved on anyway. So we handed out these $2 million in raises, and yet some of these people bailed and left the city or left their positions anyway, and maybe perhaps that pay increase gave them the platform to be able to go somewhere else and demand that kind of income. Who knows? But here's what it is. Then I would agree, and I would say, then bring those positions down, those vacant positions, and that's the reason why I wanted the organizational chart. Bring those positions back down, because if we're calculating them into our budget as the influx of pay that we increased 2 years ago, we need to bring those back down, and that way we can hire and attain people now. If we treat our people right, which I know that we have, and we can work together, I think that we can create a morale that, like the fire department and the police department and every other department that stood up here today, where we care enough to be here and we love Lompoc. Almost everybody said the same thing. We love Lompoc. They're going to want to work here.
If I could comment, 75% of that 2 million was to police and fire. And before we did this, we were a revolving door. So we actually haven't seen very many people leave. We actually had very good retention. So the raises are paying. We were paying a lot of money. I like to use an example. We had one officer that we had almost $350,000 invested in him in training and walked out the door. So there's a lot of cost when we're too low, that our training and our money's just walking out the door. So I think it was good money, but it's very difficult to get through this situation. I understand what you're saying.
Yeah.
I just wanted to clarify a little.
Yeah, because what I'm saying is address the administrative wages that were influx that are no longer here and bring those back down.
The other, my quick comment too is on that, because that would be back into the negotiations with the unions, because we do have the MOU contract, the contracts are out there. So it's not, I would love to be able to do it in the private sector without a union. You can raise and lower. Because of that, we would then have to reopen the MOUs and go through the process, because they all agree to that level at that point, whether someone's in it or not in it. So it's not saying it's not doable. It would just
For
take
the
some work.
administrative wages, though? Because I'm not talking about the police and fire. I take it they're all still here, or most of them are still here. What I'm saying is for the administrative wages. We have vacancies in our administrative wages that I'm just saying, bring those back down to a reality that Lompoc can afford, what it was before, 2 years ago, or whenever those raises were handed out.
Okay, I'll look into that.
I could comment too. One of the thing about a lot of, you talk about administrative wages and the miscellaneous group, like I said, they got about 25% of the raises and they got about $125 a month. So if you look at their comps and you start doing comparables, it's hard to find a position that there's another city that pays less than us. So I understand what you're saying, but a lot of our staff that are in City Hall are making, they're doing less, they're doing more with less. I mean, I'm very proud of the people that we work with, and they are not overpaid, I don't think.
Yeah. No, I completely agree with you. However, we always compare ourselves to, let's say, for example, Santa Maria. Santa Maria is a city that has over 100 residents. Lompoc is a city that has just over 40,000 residents. So you can't, I know that a position is a position, but we shouldn't be looking to pay people. They're doing services in Santa Maria for 100,000 residents. Whoever's getting a job here is doing services for 40,000 residents. And so there has to be a difference in pay for a community this small. And anybody applying into these positions has to know that. I'm not saying that that we should underpay them. What I'm saying is that we do need to consider that and reevaluate that. What can Lompoc afford? And we shouldn't be measuring ourselves to Santa Maria in that sense.
So, seeing no further input from council, I believe that we have reached an impasse for this evening, and that you have some new directions to go back and reevaluate and potentially come back to us and present. If there's any disagreement with that, again, if you have something you want to say, please turn the light on. Councilmember Vega?
Yeah, I'd like to ask Mr. Troop, the positions that administratively that are still open, and I think you're actively recruiting for these, even though there's a percentage, it's only a percentage of these positions that are coming out of the general fund, I think you believe. So, for instance, assistant city manager, it looks like something like that. I'm not sure what the percentage of general fund payment goes to the wages, because Councilwoman Cordova has referenced, hey, we should try and do whatever we have. It seems like whenever you've been pretty versatile about that, and I'd like to thank staff, and we're here for everybody. We're just trying to find all the solutions that are here, because the tax measure is not free also, so we have to be very frugal in our direction. I think you put an estimate out that it would cost about $150,000 to put this tax measure as an estimate, right? You said it was between whatever.
Between 100 and 150.
Yeah, so $150,000 is a substantial amount of money to make sure that, so we need to exhaust all our resources. We're looking here to not shortchange and lower everyone's wages. I just think that we're looking for a little versatility and seeing where we can and what you can work with. I think that's what the input is, some of these positions that you're actively recruiting for. Is that a factor in some of these budget discussions that we have? That we're filling these positions anyway. I think Councilwoman Cordova was talking about furloughs or something, but how about a freeze on some of the other positions? I think your input would be really important on what you can do by temporarily appointing when you're out of town or you're at a meeting or something. You use Brad Wilkie, use all these other department heads. I think that shows a little versatility also.
Yeah, no, if I may, Councilman Vega, what I've done is foregone an assistant city manager, the deputy city manager. I've taken on the role of the community development director. So besides all the other staff, I'm trying to step up and do my share of getting us through this too. We did have the position of community development director open nationally, and I can tell you that it didn't come out well. So that's why I'm doing it right now. So
I got you, and I applaud you for that, and thank you so much for the presentation. I think it's very eye-opening. But I think, for everyone here that thinks that we should just go for the tax measure, we're not here to cut public safety. We're not here to really lower wages and everything. I think that is kind of Councilman Cordova mentioned, she wouldn't lower the wages of her employees, and I kind of have that same mentality. I just think that we need to work a little closer together to find a solution instead of being on one side or the other. Thank you.
Councilmember Mosby.
There's one thing I want to thank Dean and his staff. I think Melinda worked on this, on the report, for getting us some of our, we have November's Treasury report out, and it's not all doom and gloom, everybody. What we're talking about is the general fund. But just if I can read off some of the numbers here, our water utility cash on hand is $11.2 million. Electric utility, there's, well, it looks like close to about $20 million in the multiple accounts that are in there. We've got solid waste sitting on $4.2 million. So I think it's important to understand, I think the total combined was about $111 million. So 70 to 80% of our budget, which is the enterprises, are very solid and in good shape. Now, our general fund at this time was a negative $1.1 million. So just a shout out to everybody in there. And again, thanks, Melinda. She's probably back there doing another one, right? I guess she stayed pretty late doing that. Oh, is she here? Thank you.
So I believe you've been given some feedback and will return to us at a later date, proposed date for another.
Yeah, that would be
potential.
my request. If you have, if I can get from Mr. Mosby, anybody else, if you have written, send it to me in email. I won't, it'll be to me personally, so don't hit reply all or anything. But I can take that. I'll get back with staff again. We'll come up and we'll have to find a time that works for everybody, then come back once more and see if we're a little bit closer.
And I personally would appreciate the updated version of the spreadsheet you offered up and have an opportunity to look at the additional
We'll send it out to
potential.
all of you.
That would be great. Okay. I will open it up to written communications. Any additional written communications? And we have oral communications for 2 minutes. Feel free to come forward and speak at the 2-minute maximum. And
good evening. My name is Keith McClellan. My wife and I have been residents of Lompoc for 31 years. I'm going to truncate my comments because of the time constraints we have tonight. One of the arguments that has been put forth for not increasing the 1% tax is that it is a tax that is considered a regressive taxation in that it has a disproportionate impact on our low-income families. I don't know if that's still a position, but that is sometimes argued. I want to comment that based on my experience with disaster responses and as a chaplain with the city who has been on numerous ride-alongs, that it is the vast majority of our public that are needing these kinds of services, both police and fire, tend to be and are in fact our lower income families. By not improving a tax, we are going to be doing greater harm to these populations than the 1% tax could ever occur. I encourage us to really look seriously at that 1% tax. It is a tax that will serve our low income, our elderly, our medically challenged in this community, far more than any of the cuts that have been proposed tonight. Thank you very much.
Steve Bridge, resident. You guys are doing a hell of a job. I'll start with that. But I think we need to consider some structural changes. I'm not a financial planner, but I plan financially, and I would never use 7% as a constant return on my investment. So my prediction is you're going to get another hit from PERS, especially we're on this 10-year economic boom. It's going to stop. It always stops, and it'll probably hit us again. So we need to think about some structural changes. I joined the Parks and Recs Commission for one purpose. I saw that this issue was coming, and we worked pretty hard, Dirk and Mario and myself and Ms. Walker. There's an 80-page report that we've produced, and we have tried to get it to you guys. It addresses the parks issue. It saves about $100,000, adds 3 heads. You may not like the solution, but it's an example of a structural change that at least addresses the problem. There's other mixes and matches in that report that you can do. It also might address the riverbed problem, since one of the elements in it is to subcontract the campground out, and you could make as part of that contracting out or leasing out that they have to manage that problem. So I think you need to take each section and think, is there a different way of doing the business to see if there's a way to save the money? So, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Gabriel Hernandez. I live here in Lompoc, been here since '93. I work at a company where I get to participate every other year on the budget making process, and not just for my department, but for other departments and globally. What you have up there, that slide you had, living within our means, that's not a budget, that's not a surplus. We have a natural debt. That's unfunded, it's not even a working debt. Okay, unfunded liabilities, it's a real debt. I don't see a surplus up there. If I presented that slide at our budget committee, they'd laugh me out of there. They kick me out. You have some serious issues, and difficult decisions will have to be made. I don't mind paying a tax to help the city, but I need to see financial responsibility. That demands responsible action. You just can't be spending, accepting pay raises just like that. We're not that type of city. We're not Santa Maria. We don't have a big tax base. We don't have an industry here. City council needs to really work hard in bringing industry in here, companies. I just don't see that. I work up and down California and other states and countries, and I see small towns doing a bunch of stuff. Huntsville, Alabama has a space center. They pull in a lot of money. But pay raises, the pay scale will need to be brought down. That's the only way out of this. And I will approve, and I will vote for a tax increase. But I need to see those. It's a difficult thing to say. But the pay rate here is too high for the city. We just cannot afford it. We don't have a tax base for it. I'm a taxpayer. Okay, I don't work for the city. I'm sure there's a lot of people like that here. Homeowners, business owners who have to deal with budgets and realities. That's not a budget. That's on fire. You know, and I do support fully staffing the fire department and the police department, but difficult choices will have to be made.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just a reminder, face the microphone and counsel as you speak, and address council, please.
Good evening. My name is Ron Fink. I'm a citizen of Lompoc. I think the staff presentation was very well done. You see what's going to happen if you try to cut your way out of this problem. You're going to transfer yourself or change yourself from what was a full-service city to what will be a partial or no-service city if you don't do something dramatic. There's been a lot of erroneous information that has been disseminated throughout this discussion. It would be helpful if we'd stick to the facts and not just throw stuff out there. That doesn't work. The last meeting, some business owners approached you and said they couldn't get their permits. The reason was they didn't have staff to process the permits. If you continue along this path, more people are going to come to you and say, I'm not getting service. I can't open my business. You need to provide some revenue to offset these losses. Your finance department tells you that within the next couple of budget cycles, you're going under. Period. I think that the people of the city of Lompoc can solve this problem for you. Let us vote on a sales tax. I'll repeat it. Let us vote on the tax. We're smart enough to know what this problem is. All these people in this room are going to talk to their neighbors, and they're going to tell them, if we don't do this, we're going to be in deep trouble. So you don't have very much of a window left. When you put the tax measure on the ballot, you'll approve the ballot language, tell us what you're going to do with the money, and we'll make a decision for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Doreen Fabings, citizen of Lompoc.
I just want to say the same thing as him. Let us let the people vote. We can educate the people, and a sales tax of 1% is really not that much. How many of you are in here go to Santa Maria? How many are you going to Santa Barbara? Guess what? You're paying the sales tax. It doesn't matter. You're paying it. And you're paying for their city staff, and you're paying for all the things that they have in their great cities. I just say we need to get it on the vote, let the people vote, and let us make a decision, because it's all of our decisions to make so that we can, decide what we need in our community. And then when they come up with the money, then we can get involved with that as well. But let the people vote, because I think it's really important that we have that voice and make the decision, and the people will say either yes or no. And if you get in a consultant to go do something else for some other educational thing, that's just another $150,000. You're going to spend that on something else that you have to go and investigate. So let the people vote. I think that's what it needs to do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Honorable Mayor and council members, my name is Margie Hammond. I'm a member of the community. My family and my husband's family have been in the Lompoc Valley for over 100 years. As a result, we take great pride in the Lompoc community. We shop Lompoc. You find us at the grocery outlet, Walmart, Home Depot, etc. We've purchased almost all of our vehicles from the local dealerships. My family supports all the various community events, Flower Festival, Old Town Fair, Christmas Parade, etc. Our children attended Lompoc schools and participated in several of the local sports organizations. Lompoc is a great community to live in because of the people. The people are genuine and still have small town values. They are friendly, neighborly, and supportive. We are a community of do-it-yourselfers. We don't have much, but we take pride in what we have. However, if the council does not find another significant revenue source to support the city of Lompoc, we will have even less. The City Council mission statement that I found in the 2017-19 biennial budget states the council will provide the people of Lompoc exceptional quality public service in response to their need for a safe, healthy, and economically viable community. In order to ensure that those three elements are achieved, you need to support the police, fire, and parks departments of Lompoc. It also goes on to say we will conduct ourselves with integrity and endeavor to be good stewards of the city to ensure a strong future for all local residents, businesses, and industries. You kicked the can down the road in the 17-18 budget, and now you have come to a dead end. You must accept the fact that you cannot cut your way out of the city's budget deficit problem. The city of Lompoc needs additional revenue, or the future of Lompoc is dismal. Do not let Lompoc become the armpit of Santa Barbara County, as one politician called us. Let us become known instead as the little city that was fiscally responsible and had the courage to do the right thing in order to balance the budget. So please, I ask the council to be the good stewards as stated in the mission statement and take the sales tax increase to the voters and let them decide the fate of their city. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Jeremy Ball, citizen of Lompoc. We have less than 2 minutes, so I'll be super quick. I think we should vote on a tax measure. I appreciate Mr. Starbuck bringing that up, that they're, against everything that we might want or wish, there is the need to augment. Ms. Cordova brought up some really interesting questions. Mr. Mosby brought up some great questions about the way that we ask questions and how we spend our money. I think all those things are legitimate. Again, going back to the sales tax, hate to beat a dead horse, but Santa Maria, Mr. Mosby, totally fair to highlight how police and fire have been very efficient in looking at grants. I feel like that's a great option, but again, grants is not a solution for us. If we're going to use that as a reference in Santa Maria of how they've approached something, let's also admit that they signed up for a whole 1% sales tax. $19 million a year they're raising in sales tax. I have to go to Santa Maria to shop sometimes because it doesn't exist in Santa Maria, so I continue to donate and augment their public safety. Come on, guys, we can do better. We can do so much better here. Got a quick paragraph just to put in your head, something to think about. Revenue, I've said it many times before, many conservative cities around us have found the wheel to allow their citizens to vote, and in most cases, adopt a sales tax. Santa Maria is still killing it and collecting additional sales tax every day that they put back into economic development and public safety. Paso Robles, in 15 to 20 years, they went from a dilapidated downtown to a pedestrian-friendly, thriving center of commerce. They too have wisely invested revenue collected from a sales tax. It is high time to be honest with our community that cuts alone will help us turn the corner. It's not going to happen. And the reputation of Lompoc will continue to take a beating. We will continue to be the place that future generations can't wait to get out of. It's not the Lompoc I want. That's not the Lompoc anyone here wants. I appreciate the civility that everyone here on the dais had tonight to look for some thoughtful solutions. We're all on board with you. We don't envy your positions. I know it's tough, but let's be serious about this. We have a big $50 or $48 million bill that's going to come due if we don't figure out a way to pay this CalPERS thing off in 10 or 15 years. That's going to be a huge elephant. Cuts aren't going to pay for that. So please work with us, work with each other. Let's do the right thing. Thank you.
Deb Andrews, Mission Hills. I want to thank the dedicated staff for the presentation and all the details they gave us. I specifically want to thank the council members that are trying to hold the line on our growth of government and not increase revenue, not have to bring in more taxes. I didn't hear anyone address the fact that government has grown over 50% in Lompoc in the last 20 years, and population has not. And that's adjusted for inflation. That's a big jump. Is it because of what Sacramento has made us do with CalPERS? If that's true, if they lied to us about what we have to do with CalPERS, hold them responsible for that. They shouldn't lie to a city and tell us what we have to donate or give to them and then say it's not going to cost us any more tax money. We were also told that if we approved cannabis, that we would bring in more revenue with that, and that's why we should vote for cannabis. Why are we in this position? I don't understand that. Again, I appreciate those council members that are looking for ways to cut and not have to raise more revenue, and please hold government entities responsible for what they tell us and not lie. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, my name is Tony Magana. Been a resident since 1971 in this location. I have seen this city grow. I'm very proud to be a Lompocian. Went to all the schools here. Big difference from the schools that when I went to school and what Commerce has in this place. Commerce is probably what takes a big place in this town, and one of the reasons why we suffer, as most people stated here, a lot of us go to Santa Maria. I don't like Santa Maria. I personally don't like Santa Maria. I don't like shopping there, and I really try to shop here. When we got here, we had a Moore's, we had a Kmart, we had Moore's lumber, we had all kinds of shopping. A lot more what we had back then than we have now. If we continue this path, it's going to come to a point where nobody's going to want to be here. It's the broken window theory. We start cutting back on police, we start cutting back on fire, there ain't going to be any services. We're going to have more, unfortunately, more undesirables in this area. You're going to see businesses closing. So I'm 100% for the tax. So I believe that we need that to be able to create our, to be able to go into the general fund, which I believe could be a possible solution with responsible government. I know you guys have a tough job out there, but at the same time, as part of the government, maybe something that you guys contribute is try to look for more businesses to come into town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brandon Bridge, resident. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for going 10 o'clock to talk about a budget. It's never fun. Every one of you had comments that I certainly agreed with and in some levels disagreed with. I would like you to consider holding strong on this continual comp to these other cities that are 2, 3, 4 times our size. I think it would be unfair to a house buyer if I took my 2-bedroom and compared it to Santa Barbara 5-bedroom. That doesn't seem practical. So when we talk about the upper heads, the management. Not only are we talking about people that do care about Lompoc, in many cases they drive out from other towns into Lompoc. So our pay must not be that bad. In fact, I know a lot of the people in our staff make 3, 4, 5 times what I'm making all day long. So I think we need to consider that lingual phase needs to be brought back. We're just a little bit over. I also find it somewhat disingenuous that we start with this budget talk, and one of the first things we're told is that it's unheard of to have 4 finance directors. Well, I guarantee you there's some savings there, and if it's unheard of, we probably don't need it. And more importantly, this opening of businesses. We have an open business that's essentially been shut down because we get a laundry list for art show TUPs, MUPs, CUPs, and everything in between. So when we say we want business open, it's not the business is not coming, it's not the business is not here, it's the laundry list of tasks we have to jump through every single day with this upper management that drives in from out of town.
Thank you.
Mayor Osborne, council members, city manager, and members of the public. Mayor Osborne, I'd like to apologize for allowing my emotions to get the best of me the last time I spoke here. I respect that you are in charge of this meeting tonight. I would like to say that I'm against the 1% sales tax increase. I think I am for a tax in addition to the cannabis taxes that have already been approved, but I'm against the 1% general fund tax. I believe that we should have a very specific tax. The city ran a poll in which they asked members of the public what they felt was most important for the city. And I'd like to note that the number one thing on there was economic development, which to me translates to opening up cannabis businesses. Number 2 was police and fire and public safety. 2 things. I believe that we do need to have a tax. I believe that we need to have a special tax, a tax that will require 66% approval by the voters. I believe that we need to have a specific tax that will benefit only the police department and the fire department. As was mentioned many times here tonight, it takes up 75% or about there of the budget. Well, why do we need to finance the entire general fund when it's the police department and the fire department that need that money the most? And what the public has told you, I think that we're talking about the wrong tax. You should have a very specific tax that benefits the men and women of the police department and the fire department. Now, Mr. Mosby, I agree with you. I do believe that there should be some cuts. There needs to be accountability here. I am astonished that City Hall workers do not have to punch in or punch out. There is no accountability for the hours that they work. There's no accountability for the productivity of the work that they do in relation to the salaries that they receive. In addition to that, in relation to what Mr. Mosby said with Resolution 5902, administrative and operational efficiency should be maximized before pursuing new tax revenue. I think that that will be done when all the cannabis businesses are open. Until then, you can't say that you've done everything to collect all the taxes.
Thank you.
My name is Keith Fikert. I'm a resident of Lompoc. One of the things I kind of took away tonight from this meeting was the comparison to Santa Maria. And as the council brought up, they are 100,000 people, and we are 43,000 people. I feel that I should point out that the city of Carpinteria, which is a population of about 14,000 people, has a sales tax rate of 9%, which is more than what staff has suggested and recommended. So I'm a huge believer in democracy. I do think that it should be brought up to the people. If a very, very small town of Carpinteria can do this, I strongly believe the citizens of Lompoc can as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name's Paul Hamlin. I was born in Lompoc. I've lived here for 55 years. I've commuted to my jobs in Santa Maria and to Santa Barbara. I was one of the Raytheon leaders in 2003 that brought 55 high-paying technical jobs to Lompoc. You cannot attract business like Raytheon and high-tech if you don't have good public safety. So I would implore you, the one thing we don't have is time. So if it means the council and the mayor getting together with the city administrators and locking a door for 2 days to work through the spreadsheets that were talked about, I would implore you to do that, because we can't get time back, and the interest and liability on CalPERS is going to break this city if it's not dealt with appropriately. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Augustin Arias, President of Lompoc Police Officer Association. Been here for 20 years. As you guys saw the slides earlier when it talks about retirement, the biggest problem is that miscellaneous. That's management and other people. Since the day I started here, I've contributed my part, the max, since I started. Not city contributions. So that's one thing. Our part takes up the majority of general fund. We're open 365 days and 24 hours a day. Okay, so yeah, it's going to take anybody who run a 24-hour business? No. After a couple hours, there's nobody out there. So it's going to cost you more. I understand your comparison with Santa Maria and the size-wise. I'm talking call volume and work-wise. Why do people leave here? Because an officer that works patrol, there's 14 officers that are working patrol right now. We're handling 44,000 calls a year. That means one police officer is handling approximately 2,600 calls a year. Where you go to Santa Maria to work and handle less than half of that, maybe 400 or 500. I'm talking major crimes, traffic. Traffic fatalities in the city of Lompoc are up 400%. You have no traffic police. You got dope fiends and thieves running around stealing from all these hardworking people while they're at work during the day because there's no punishment for drugs. We have no drug team. You have a Band-Aid gang team, and we're trying to keep up. Work hard, do our thing, all that. So it has really nothing to do with size or economics. Oh, they make more money, they this, they that. We have a contract coming up. You think I'm going to come ask you for 12% that Santa Maria just signed? At least three going right now. Like 2-3 other guys got a tour of Santa Maria PD. I don't really care their size. I don't like Santa Maria, or else I would have been there already. I'm talking just straight work, quality, and what we have to deal with here is way worse than anywhere else here. So we have a contract coming up. Santa Maria just signed a 3-year deal. I think, and then multiplying it all is about 14%. Yeah, that's their 1%. I'm not asking you for 1% to do that, but you got to stay in the ballpark. You got to be competitive. We have a kid that came from Guadalupe PD, took a pay cut to come here, but he makes it up on not having to commute to Guadalupe. You know what I'm saying? And he's a local kid, so that's why he stays. If you look in the room, the majority of people here are local kids that stay here because they don't like what happened here. That's the only reason I've ever stayed here. I've been offered better jobs, better everything. And I stay here because I'm committed to this community. You know, it's here 15, been here since 7 this morning, it's still here. Took a little break in between because I needed it, because that's what I've been pushing down for the last month, trying to solve murders here. That's what I've been doing for the majority of my 20-year career. I'm doing the worst of the worst. Any of you guys want to talk about it? We can sit down and talk. They might tell you it's against Brown, but we could meet individually all day. Anybody in the room wants to talk to me, come see me. Monday through Friday, I'll be at the police department. We'll set up times off duty. I'll tell you anything you want to know, everything about everything. I'll show you pay scales, Mr. Private Sector. I'll show you where we're at. We're hurting pretty bad, and I don't like to come up and beg, but I'm going to tell you right now, we're in the ballpark to work. We've always been. I hate hearing $2 million for raises. We gave you 3 bodies to pay for our raise. So we're square. So where's the other 1.5? Figure it out. It ain't here. Thanks.
Thank you, Chip.
Madam Mayor, City Council, City staff, members of our community. My name is Anthony Hudley. I'm a Lompoc resident, and I'm also the president for the Lompoc Professional Firefighters Local 1906. I first want to show our support to Chief Curse and his management staff for a great presentation that they put together. It was very informative and it's very transparent, but that's just how we do business as firefighters. It expressed the concerns that we have for our community. You deserve more, you deserve the best. What we're in control of, we're going to continue to give you the best of what we have, but some things are out of our control, like infrastructure challenges that kind of hinder the service that we provide, but you are our number one priority. And as Chip said, our fire station is open to you. I said that last council meeting that was here as well. Come get the answers if you have questions, and just come look at, the men and women that are here serving and that are dedicated for you. Another topic that isn't really discussed is the safety of us as firefighters. You hear terms like 2 out, effective force response, and those are all big terms used, but those are the individuals that are coming to save me. So if I go inside and something happens, we have a catastrophic failure, a roof collapse while I'm inside, who comes and gets me? We're here for you, but those are the individuals that come and get us. So if you want to talk about cutting staffing, then that's the livelihood of myself and my fellow firefighters. We are very thankful for our contract that you gave us, but that was based off of a retention study that was done, and it showed in 5 years, we hired 29 firefighters. We don't have 29 firefighters riding on the fire trucks right now. So we've hired more than what our department currently staffs right now. It was costing us $20,000 to train a firefighter just to put them on an engine, and then they left to another department. So in that time frame, that's $500,000. So what we do is we bring those statistics to you and say, hey, you invest that money into your firefighters here that are dedicated, they'll stay. And like Dean said, we've been pretty fortunate so far. My timer's gonna go off, so I'm gonna let it ring real fast. And I'm sorry for going over just a little bit. So anyway, so with that, we're thankful for it. It has helped. But yes, Santa Maria, they got their tax, and I've been told they're going to hire 20 firefighters. So you bet your bottom dollar that we're worried about losing some staffing here. So it might not be cuts. It might just be individuals leaving. So that's a huge concern. The nice shiny brush truck that you were stating that we should be riding instead of the ladder truck, I like that one, except for it's out of service. It's in Ontario, being worked on. It's got leaks out of the water tank. Engine 1, out of service. It already had the motor rebuilt once. Guess what? Needs to be done again. So, infrastructure challenges. And lastly, just want to say, we need you to state what you want. Because if you're not clear, it affects morale. It challenges our firefighters to show up to work, keep a smile on their face. We just had customer service training, and that was telling us, make sure you give your customer service first, make them a priority. But when they're thinking about losing their job or getting a pay cut, it makes it hard. We're already challenged emotionally and physically just from the natural demands of the job, and we need you to understand that. So please state clearly what you want so that the city staff can facilitate with that, and then let's move forward and be progressive and let's grow the city so that we can continue to enjoy it. And I've been here for a very long time. I'm dedicated, like Chip said, and I think that there's a lot of potential here. We just have to work together and make it a progressive city that we need to work in. I do want to say thank you to the community for your support. We thank you for showing up here every council meeting night and expressing your support for us. Thank you. I want to say thank you to my fellow firefighters that have been here. They're hardworking, and I appreciate their professionalism and dedicated. And even through all these challenges, thank you for keeping your heads up and providing the community the best service they can get. Also, the police department. They weren't going to give us any credit, but I'll give them some too. You know, those are hardworking gentlemen and men and women in that department. They do a lot. They don't get a good rap. Typically when people call them, they're not very happy to see them. They're pretty happy to see us. But I'll tell you, in the streets, when we work together, you're very fortunate to have what you have, so don't take that for granted. And then also, just want to thank the families of the firefighters. They're the ones who really help support us and keep us motivated. They know the challenges that we're faced. There were some wives and better halves here supporting us, and just realize it's hard on all of us. So I look forward to a positive outcome to this challenge. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good evening. Charlie Martinez, Fire Captain, Vandenberg Air Force Base, President of Vandenberg Professional Firefighters, Local F-116, and most importantly, a Lompoc resident since 1994. I came here from a small town of 6 million, Los Angeles. The military brought me here. I relocated, chose Lompoc to raise my family, and I've never regretted that decision since then. I feel like I've been here before because about a few years ago I was talking on behalf of our firefighters, our police, our public safety. When we talk about, on a government scale, $2 million surplus, 69.7 going to the general fund, 67.5 going for expenditures. I mean, to me, that looks like it's living kind of paycheck to paycheck. It seems like that's been the case for quite a while. Sales tax works for many other cities. I'm not going to compare to other cities. I'm just going to say sales tax has worked in the past. We shot ourselves in the foot, I think, and that last time when we voted it down, they could have done us a lot of good. It didn't. I'm willing to pay an extra $10.25 a month to save $200 and get more funding for our city. 25% of the sales tax coming to us, 75 is going to be on those visitors that come in every year on these different events, tasting our wine, looking at our flowers. Grants, they shouldn't supplement a debt. There should be something for like bonus items, additional needs, but we shouldn't rely on debt, on grants to run our city. It's just not a good practice, because they do go away, then we're left wondering what's next. I worked with a lot of these guys in the Lompoc Fire Department. I've known them for a long time. Worked alongside them, been on strike teams, worked in the city with them, trained with them, played softball with some of them, had a beer with a couple of them, and these are extremely highly skilled, loyal individuals to this city. We need to keep our rates competitive. I mean, I know we can only do what we can do, but you got to understand, for what Lompoc is getting, they're getting a bargain for the public safety. When you look at other cities and other areas where they could easily go to, they could be making more money, better wages, better benefits. They choose to stay here. And there's a reason for that. Loyalty, love of the community. And I think we should reward that. Now, cutting staff, I just don't see it. Everybody's cut thin, even on city. I know people that work in the city staff, and if you cut positions, someone else is going to have to pick up that slack, and we're nowhere closer. I worked in the military, and I know for a fact working more with less does not work. It just makes disgruntled workers, and people end up just leaving, like we have some of these other positions in the city. So, in conclusion, I just ask that you consider some type of tax for the city. I'm willing to pay for it. I think after we voted it down last time, and we look at how we are now, I think people will rethink the necessity of a sales tax, some type of sales tax. It'll just help in the long run. I plan on living in this city a long time, and I really look forward to a brighter future for our employees. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members. John Lynn, Lompoc resident. Thank you for your efforts this evening. A lot of good ideas have been brought forward, and some maybe won't work out. That's a city employee pay schedule. One council member mentioned that the other meeting, and that they hadn't gotten one, so I went and got it up for all of you. I think there's some things that we haven't talked about that we need to talk about, and one is income building. So we have an opportunity for the Burton Ranch project, and we need to put the proverbial pedal to the metal to bring that project in. There are several other projects on the horizon that would help us. The Lompoc Tourism Business Improvement District has had some great numbers lately, and I think the council should have a presentation from them to understand some progress there. I was kind of heartened by the discussion of using the tax to pay down CalPERS, which then generated a return in the utility rates. And by generating that return, that would return to the lower income taxpayers who have to pay for utilities. They don't have to buy taxable transactions. So that might be a good balance, and I'd be really interested to look at that going forward. I think the question of administrative raises when we had that 12 questions years ago was about 125,000, but a lot of those positions have been eliminated, so that may not be exactly where we're at today. Once upon a time, a guy named Starbuck and a guy named Lynn put together a Shop Lompoc program, and we put money in the budget. I think it was all of about $20,000 to convince our friends and neighbors in the community to quit shopping out of town. It's going to ring. I won't go quite as long. I wish you'd, in this budget, put that back, take that program that was passed by the council and go to work on it, because merchants commented to me back then that they got more business as a result of the council's effort to shop Lompoc. I would really love to see a volunteer grant writer program, and in a file in my office I have a copy of that from another city. I can't tell you that it's cost-free because you have to have a professional grant writing service that you work with, but it certainly is very low cost, and it was very successful. And then I'm also familiar with another city that had 2 volunteer coordinators. And the only cost there was the use of a cubicle and a phone. And we are the most volunteering community I have ever been in my life and probably will ever be in. So let's take advantage of those things that are here. And finally, I would say, we don't know if a tax measure will pass, so you should budget as though it won't, and then consider what it could be used for. And I think you'd get a lot better sell out of it if it was specific for a purpose. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ann McCarty, citizen of Lompoc resident. I'll be very brief. First, I'd like to say a public thank you to the Lompoc Police Department and the Lompoc Fire Department for participating last week in the Every 15 Minutes program at Cabrillo High School. You didn't have to do that. But I can tell you, as a member of that core team that's been putting that program on I've been involved with the program for the last 15 years. Without the involvement of the Lompoc Police Department and the Lompoc Fire Department at Cabrillo High School, we would have been hard-pressed to pull it off the way that we did. So we should be very thankful for them for going out there and supporting the program. I would like to echo what several people have said, specifically Mrs. Fabing, when she said, let the people vote. As a citizen of this community, having moved here in 1993, no, I'm not a born and raised Lompocian, but Lompoc is my town. It is my home. I live here. I pay taxes here. I bought a home here. I deserve the right as a citizen to be able to vote for something if I want to vote for it, or be given the opportunity to. We don't want to be the size of Santa Maria. I know we've been compared to Santa Maria a lot tonight. We don't want to be the size of Santa Maria, but we want and deserve to thrive like Santa Maria. And the only way that we're going to get there is if we're given an opportunity to make some choices for ourselves. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Council. My name is Mark Powell. I'm a corporal with Lompoc PD. I'm currently assigned to our background investigation unit, and today I heard some things about size comparison to Santa Maria versus Lompoc, pay scale, maybe Lompoc versus Santa Maria. One thing we need to keep in mind is we're only about 20 minutes away. So when we are bringing employees in, officers in, they're working for us because they want to work for us. They believe in our city. And Santa Maria gets substantial raises. They're currently offering a $6,000 signing bonus to lure laterals to go over there and work. That's working for some people. I enjoy my community. I've been here with the police department for 15 years. My kids, they play sports here. We're very involved in our community. But when you start talking about financial failure in 2 years and possibly taking retirements away and livelihood of families, that's very concerning for me. Do I want to work in Santa Maria? No, I don't. That's why I'm here. I believe in the guys I work with, the guys that are standing back here, police, fire, our chief, our captain. It's 10:30 at night. Like Chip said, been here since 7 o'clock this morning. We can't just compare it dollar for dollar because we live in a community where it's so close to go work in Santa Maria, go work at UCSB, go work at Pismo Beach. I mean, we need to be competitive. We've never said we need to be the highest paid. However, it's one of those things, it's the quality of life that we have here. And we respect you as a council, and you guys are elected officials. And I believe that a sales tax would definitely benefit our community. It would benefit who we are. It would allow us to do some things for our kids and have a stable environment for all of us to live in. Thank you.
Thank you.
Brad Wilkie, city resident and the utility director. I came here in 2009. I purposely decided to move to town because I wanted to retire here. One of the first things I was asked to do was to hold a rate setting hearing for electric. And that occurred in 2009. In 2013, we had rate setting public sessions for water and wastewater. And then in 2014, we had a rate setting meeting for solid waste. I'm bringing those four up because it wasn't until 2016 that CalPERS decided to reduce the discount rate and they also decided to change the way that the unfunded liability is paid. So that created the path that we're on now, going from the amount that we're paying until 2032 based on a 30-year amortization schedule. Dean and I have been talking about for the miscellaneous side, which is about a $55 million obligation. About $40 million of that belongs to the four big utilities. And again, this liability was out there, but it didn't become so onerous until after all four of those rate setting periods began. So what we've been talking about is, as Mr. Mosby, Councilmember Mosby mentioned, is there are cash balances in the utilities which are healthy. And I've been doing an analysis on the four utilities. I've gone through water and wastewater. If you recall, back in early part of 2018, we did a refunding for water and wastewater on their 30-year bond, saving about $200,000 a year for the next 10 or 15 years until the bonds are paid off. Looking at water as an example, it can pay off its share of that $55 million over a 10-year amortization period instead of a 30-year amortization period. And that's what would create that $200 savings for the utility customers. But it doesn't happen until after 10 years. So we would have to look at reducing our net income on those utilities. We won't go negative, as far as I can tell, at least on water so far. They can pay off 40 of the $55 million. If the general fund then can pay off that remaining part, at least we get rid of the $55 million out of the miscellaneous plan. The utilities have no obligation for the safety, so that would still be something that the general fund would have to find resources to pay off. But it would be in the best interest of the city and the residents to pay off the unfunded liability for the miscellaneous plan, since about 75% of that is an obligation of the four utilities. So that's something that we would like to present as part of the budget process for the utility side, which hasn't really been talked about very much as part of this process because we've been concentrating so much on the general fund. So.
Thank you.
Danielle Morgan. I work here at City Hall, and when I got the job here about 7.5 years ago, I was born and raised in Lompoc, so I was so stoked. Like, this is, I can work for, my city, and I want to work here for 30 years. I want to retire here. I come in every day. I do a great job. I do a lot of jobs, actually. I have done business licenses. I do accounts payable. I work with payroll. I do a lot of stuff with my time. And like I said, I'm happy to do it. But lately, with all these budget talks, it's a lot of anxiety, just like my morale I think the morale of every city employee is probably in the drain. And I kind of feel like some of these city council members are smiling in our face and saying, oh, we're here for you, we're going to take care of you. And then immediately turn around and talk about furloughs or things like that, which didn't work. We did them before. Or, cutting salaries, cutting jobs, talking about eliminating positions. I believe Mr. Troop said we could eliminate every job here at City Hall, and it wouldn't solve it wouldn't solve this crisis that we're in. And then this is only the first of several cuts that would have to be made. This is a 20, 30-year process that's going to happen. So you can trim a little off the top now, and you'll have to come back next 2 years, next budget cycle, and do it again, and do it again. And I feel like you guys have your head in the sand a little bit, your fingers in your ears saying la la la, trying not to hear what is being presented to you. A 1% sales tax, they said, would cost about $120, $130 a year per citizen, and not even worrying about the savings on utility bills, but that's $10 a month, you know. I would pay $10 gladly, no problem, more than that, to save somebody their job, to get another police officer on the streets, to get another fireman on the streets, to save lives. $10 a month is, I mean, yeah, we're not a rich city, but to save lives and to save actual jobs, that could be somebody's home, that could be, you know, somebody that has to move away out of our city, not paying sales tax at all. It's just 1% is so minor in the scheme of things, and I just hope that you will let the people vote on it. Talk about your cuts. Let's, like you said, let's get some other stuff. Let's trim the fat, whatever you want to call it, but let's let the people vote about a sales tax as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Seeing no one else rise, we'll close public comment. And obviously, as part of those customer service trainings, we need to teach our staff how to keep within time limits. Anyway, I appreciate all the comments, so that's why I think it was important to allow you all to finish your statements this evening. Council comments before we go? If anyone has one they'd like to make, please turn your light on. I won't do round robin unless you have something you'd like to say. Councilmember Cordova.
I just want to say that maybe it wasn't clear to our police and fire department, but I didn't hear anybody on this dais say that we wanted to cut police and that we were not appreciative of the job that the police do. As a matter of fact, I think that the consensus is that we applaud them, and I for sure, since I've been sitting in this chair, I've always said they're making miracles happen every day. I respect that. So I personally never said that taking away from the police department was the solution, or did I compare the police department to the Santa Maria Police Department? I was comparing administrative wages. I understand that police and fire are a separate entity altogether, and that there's union talks and negotiations that have to happen with those. So I never included those in my statements, at least. So I just want to clear that up.
Thank you. Councilmember Mosby.
Yeah, I think what a lot boils down to is discipline, and I think that the people came up and spoke need to understand that if a new dollar and another dollar is spent in the wrong place, the obligation is a 30-year obligation thereafter. A new position, a new raise, it must be understood that it has to be paid for when it comes to the pension. The problem that's been happening is people haven't been thinking past the first level of negotiation. And then you have a 30-year payment that you have to come out. The city has done well increasing revenues over the last several years, increasing the general fund revenues naturally $500,000 to $1 million a year. That money has gone out in positions that are compromising your pensions. And if we brought forward a tax measure last time, you'd potentially had a new fire station and a bunch of other obligations that went with it, and that $5 million in revenue that was coming down would have been gone. And on top of that, you would have had 30 more years of long-term obligation on that, amounting somewhere close to $100 million in new obligations to pensions. So you have to understand that if we do anything, it has to be fully disciplined and going in the right place. But if you bring in a tax revenue, you bring in $5 million, if it goes out in new positions and new raises, the debt will increase significantly over the next following 30 years if it is not put in the right position. In the recent past, there has not been the discipline to make sure that the revenues are going in the right place. And that's what I'm asking to do, is that the council puts forward the levels of discipline and move forward as per a resolution that we have and the methodology we have there. And I think it needs to be understood that we have brought an increasing amount of new revenue to the general fund over the last several years, and that money is gone. And it wasn't the PERS that ate it up. PERS was a part of it, but a lot of it ate up on other things, creating new departments, new divisions, et cetera, and not being disciplined. And there's many, many millionaires that go broke out there because of lack of discipline. And that's what we have to have here through this budget cycle. And that's primarily what I'm asking for through this movement.
Thank you. Thank you all for coming out tonight. Thank you for staying as long as you have. Thank you for providing the support and the input. Thank you to all the staff for the hard work you put into providing this very accurate and picture of what it will look like if we don't address the long-term issue. Please continue to be a part of the conversation as soon as we have another date for you. This isn't over. We need to continue to have this discussion, and you as the residents need to continue to participate in it. I will adjourn this meeting to the next Lompoc City Council meeting at 6:30 p.m. on Tuesday, May 7th.